station, live from the Comcast Business Studios. 97.5, The Fanatic. John Kincade, Andrew Salciunas. This is Kincade and Salciunas. 97.5, The Fanatic, and 97.5thefanatic.com.
All right, it's a promise for you all today that we actually talk football, not just head coach actions and drama. We talk actual football. The question is, are we talking about a good football team or not? We'll discuss that today. Some reaction to the Phillies press conference yesterday. And Michkov! Oh, my God! Michkov! It's Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5, The Fanatic.
This is Kincade and Salciunas.
I just have to ride out the storm, and I just have to wait till this guy gets fired. And that freaking sucks.
It was all about Nick Serianni. It's not a normal thing. It's not a cool thing. It's not no big deal. It's a big thing.
Kincade and Salciunas. John Kincade, Andrew Salciunas.
97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com.
And a good Wednesday morning, Philadelphia. I'm Andrew Salciunas alongside my man John Kincade. Johnny, good morning.
How are you this morning?
I had frost on my car window. I'm not ready for that just yet. I don't mind the cold, but having frost on the car window in October is a little too much for
Okay,
me.
you have a garage.
Yes.
So why isn't the car in the garage?
I didn't realize that. Do you park your car in the garage every day?
Yes.
I don't, because when I open the garage, which is right above Cooper's room, there's a chance it wakes him up. So
okay.
I don't want to open the garage door when unnecessary.
That's
it is
very
now
kind of you.
becoming a time where it is necessary. Next week, we're back in the 70s. But for crying out loud, I'm going up in the car this morning, I'm going, oh, my God, I should have started it. I didn't know.
Yeah, I think it seems like football weather to me.
Well, it's beautiful, but
I
at the
love
same
it.
time,
I'm playing golf today, too. It's even better.
Oh, enjoy that, man.
Can't wait.
Hopefully we enjoy talking football today. Actual
I think we will.
Yeah, I mean, look, I miss talking football. That's what Nick Serianni has done to this football team, unfortunately for me, that he has led to talking points that aren't just about the game. Now, look.
His owner's taking care of that, though, right?
Yeah, until next week.
I don't think so. I think it's taken care of.
I want to be, transparent. People got to understand. Like, we can't just sit here and do X's and O's, right?
No.
Because unless you're watching on YouTube, hello to our YouTube audience. Are we going to break down a play?
No,
like when
people
you're
are
driving down in the car? Like, no, we're not doing that.
People are bored silly talking X's.
Yeah, so we talk about storylines from games. That's what we do. But usually the storyline is like, how did Jalen Hurts play? Or is the roster good?
Right.
Instead, the last couple of days, it's been about the head coach and his actions. But I think that is behind us, at least for now. To your point, yes, I do believe Jeffrey Lurie made a point to nip that in the bud. The only thing is, I said it yesterday, I'll say it again today, and I'll be done with it.
Okay, there's a but here.
I'm going to keep close eyes on this guy because I believe he's now going to overthink his emotions on the sideline.
How is that going to hurt the Eagles?
I don't know. Should I call a timeout here, or should I celebrate?
No,
or should I bark?
See, now, I think that if he's doing less of his clown show antics, he's actually understanding, wait a minute, if I call a timeout here, I can save 33 seconds before the 2-minute warning.
Yeah.
I mean, I think it's a better thing. I actually think Nick Serianni will grow from this incident.
I sure hope so. Now
I think he's on notice, and if his team is as talented as we think it is, they're going to bail him out.
So
they're going to bail him out.
Does he grow as being a good head coach, football-wise?
Why not? They were in a Super Bowl. They were tied at the 2-minute warning with Patrick Mahomes.
Yes, they were.
He was the head coach. I have every reason to believe that they can get there because I'm just going to say Shane Steichen and Jonathan Gannon are fantastic coaches, coordinators. Neither one of them lighting it up as a head coach.
Correct.
But I have every reason to believe that they could still do that because they're talented.
Yes, they are talented.
They have the talent to do it.
So, this is going to be a fun conversation.
All right, here we go.
The last couple of weeks,
yes,
we've been talking about, hey, they got to do this, they got to do that, they got to show this, they got to show that. And I will not change my tune with that. I am not celebrating a 20-16 win over the Cleveland Browns. I did not celebrate a 15-12 win over the Saints. You guys were basically angry at me that day because I didn't celebrate being miserable for 3.5 quarters, and then just because they won, all of a sudden I'm going to change my tune.
We thought you buried the lead because, as Conor and I looked at it that day, we saw a young defense ball out.
They did.
And by the way, it wasn't a blip on the radar.
No, because we saw it again this past
They
weekend.
appear to be getting better all the time.
So I'm not going to celebrate these wins where they skate by. Like, I need this team to show me that they are that 12-win team that we talked about before the season started. I need to see that they are that team that we said could be playing in the NFC Championship game and could very well be hosting the NFC Championship game. I've not seen that through 5 weeks. And so I keep on saying, is this the statement game? Is this the statement game? I had both of you tell me when you needed to see it by. You needed to see it during the Cleveland game. You didn't get it. Conor needed to see it this upcoming weekend. We'll see if we finally get it. But Conor said the other day, which is what leads to today's topic, why are we even bothering doing this when they might not be that good of a football team? And that is a scary conversation that I do believe it is time to have. Not Monday when Nick Serianni we had to talk about Nick Serianni and his antics. Not yesterday when we had to react to his apology. But today, now that we're at that midweek point, that weird part of, do we still talk about the Browns or do we turn our attention to the Giants? Are the Eagles that good football team that we talked about all offseason? That team that we said would win 12 games and maybe play in the NFC Championship game. Are the Eagles that football team that we talked about ad nauseum, or are they just not that good?
It's a fair conversation. I saw Conor, I think, tweeted it out fourth quarter Sunday, right?
Yes, I did.
And I saw it, and I was like, damn, it's a conversation I don't want to have.
Right.
I mean, in all honesty, it's one you don't want to have.
Because it's only week 6. You don't want to have that conversation, but
correct.
It's more the same week in, week out.
But it is. As more of it goes on, I look at it as a continuation that it spun off of last year. And to me, the longer that I think about this, and as I knew we were going to talk about this today, it points me to I'm pissed at the talent on the roster. I'm pissed that guys on the roster aren't playing up to their capabilities. More right now, more than I am what the coaches are doing to help them win.
Right, because if we
I'm
talk
putting
about...
this more on the talent. I'm putting this more on underachieving, big money talent.
Yeah.
Which, by the way, will carry over to the Phillies conversation later.
Damn right it will.
I put it more on them than I do right now saying the coaches are every bit to blame, but it is a tandem. And I need to see guys start to step up and perform a little bit more.
It's like the Atlanta game, right? So first off, if Saquon, the player, catches the football, everyone likes to point out they'd be 4-1.
Yeah. And if your aunt had, she'd be your uncle.
Yeah. I still hated the decision by the Eagles coaching staff, specifically Nick Sirianni. But I get it. If Saquon, the player, catches it, they're 4-1. Or if Hurts in that game doesn't turn the football over 2 times.
Correct.
If the offense did anything in that game, multiple drives, if they have good first quarters, maybe these games are a little bit different. And we're not talking about a big moment made by the head coach. Right? Yes, the head coach is a reason why you have lost some games, but it got to a point where he had to make a decision, and that decision blew up in their face. So I get what you're saying, that you would blame the players. I do believe it's a collective thing. Like, I'm sorry, I'm not going to take a side. I'm going to be a coward.
See, I'm tired of the players skating, and I'm going to draw a line in the sand today. I am completely tired of the star talent on the Eagles getting a pass, including the quarterback and including many, many others that we need to play at a different level, and including big star names on the defensive side of the ball.
Oh, yeah.
That have not played up to capabilities well into last year. And I'm tired of the story just being the coaches. And I know the coaches have not been that good. But I got to tell you, I'm really pleased with Vic Fangio.
Of course.
I'm really
how can he not be? 14th ranked defense?
I'm really pleased with what I'm seeing, because what I'm seeing is what I love about it is I'm seeing young guys. And I'm seeing new faces.
Yeah.
And I'm seeing a slightly different approach. It's not a big-time different approach, but a slightly different approach.
Well, it goes back to what we talked about before the season started, John. This defense actually has upside.
Yes.
Whereas the defense last year, hey, they got by through 11 weeks. I'll give them credit. They were 10-1, and the defense didn't kill you. Like, a couple of games, the offense had to win it, but the defense wasn't miserable through the first 11 weeks. And then once they started playing poorly, there was no ceiling. They reached it. Like, that defense, the veterans of Zach Cunningham and Nicholas Morello, they weren't going to all of a sudden get better. This defense, Cooper DeJean could have had a bad game on Sunday, which he didn't. He could have had a bad game on Sunday, and I'd say, well, he's going to get better. That was his first NFL start.
Yes.
This defense has upside, and they're already playing at a good level, and I only expect some of these guys to get better.
What I like is that when the opposition gets the ball this year, unlike last year, I am not immediately saying to myself, we're screwed, here it comes.
Right.
Here
You're
it comes.
right.
Here comes the 6-minute drive
Yeah.
or the hot knife through butter, 2 or 3 big plays, and they're already in field goal range.
Absolutely.
I feel so much different about this team. Now, how about the offense starting to do their job and
That
doing
would be
more of
nice.
their job? And by the way, the offensive line, which is much revered,
Last week had a bad week.
much talked about offensive line. This offensive line, and well into last year, when Captain Chuggabeer was still there at center, they got a free freaking pass from this fan base. They played like crap down the stretch.
They were not
last
good.
year.
They were not good down the stretch.
And to
last
this year so far, they're not off to a great start.
No, I think it's been tough. Becton's missed time.
I got you, but
and
I think
Lane
they're-
Johnson's missed time, and
They have.
At
but
one
this
point,
is supposed to be,
you had to go Steen and Fred
I got you.
Johnson.
This is supposed to be one of the deepest offensive lines in the NFL,
Mm-hmm.
and it's supposed to be one of the best coached offensive line units in the NFL. They've been getting a free pass since you carved the turkey last Thanksgiving weekend. And to me, that's one of the things I'm saying. Yo, pick it up, boys. Pick it up.
So the question is today, it's 610-632-0975. You can text in, you can call in. Are we talking about a good football team? And by good, I don't mean, oh, well, they're a playoff team. No, I mean like
No, a good team.
The team that we talked about this offseason, the team that would win 12 games, the team that would be playing in the NFC Championship game. And I want to say this right away. For the people that are listening that would text us or call in and say, what are you guys doing? Why are you so excited? Remember, we were actually the beacons of light during training camp.
There were a lot of people that were giving us that.
Now, I will say this. They all said the same thing. The defense sucks and will hold them back. It's not the defense.
That was the talk.
So if you are somebody that's about to go, I told you so. No, you didn't. Because
No, you didn't.
thought the defense would be the reason why they're not playing good football. The defense has been the better side of the football so far this year for the Philadelphia Eagles.
By the way, we all had our major concerns all fell on the defensive side.
Yes.
And I was one of these people wearing the Kellen Moore underoos, for God's sakes, telling you all to wait for this 30-point-a-game offense, which has not materialized. And there's a lot of reasons. And by the way, we'll get into it a little bit later, but I blame Nick, I blame Kellen, and I blame the star players
Yeah.
for not getting more done.
It might be everybody, John. Like, there's a tweet. I saw it from Kurt Warner a couple of days ago.
Yes.
And he was saying, how come nobody's saying it's the quarterback that's the reason why they're not motioning or they're not doing this or not doing that? I think Kurt may have just thrown that out there because people were attacking him, and then he would respond back. I don't necessarily know. I'm not in the game planning room.
Well, I'm going to tell you that what is explaining it to me is I studied what Kellen Moore likes to do. They're not doing it.
Right.
So it's one of two things. Whoa. It's one of three things. Either Kellen Moore has completely changed his philosophy, which has brought him to a top 5 offense on average when he has his starting quarterback success over his first 5 years. So I don't think that's
Right.
it. The head coach doesn't want it.
Which
And
is
once
possible.
his quarterback in shotgun all the time, which I just do not understand. We're not playing in the freaking Big 12, or the quarterback can't handle the offense.
That could be it too.
And so those are 3. Kurt Warner's is option 3.
And look, that's
And-
not a shot at Jalen.
Yeah, whoa. I think it is.
Why should it be a shot at Jalen?
I think it's a shot
there
at Jalen.
are quarterbacks that aren't necessarily great in certain systems.
Then you know what? If you can't take a snap under center and you can't execute your offense under center, you absolutely are giving an advantage to the defense every single week when they game plan, every single day when they're trying to figure out, in the midst of a game, trying to figure out how they're going to defend you. A quarterback in shotgun all the time is immediately easier to defend. And to me, it's not Kellen Moore changing his offense. There's no way this guy said, you know what? I've had this philosophy. I like my quarterback under center. I like my quarterback in shotgun. I like to vary it up. There's no way he's changed his philosophy. So that option's off the board. It's either Nick Serianni putting his fingers in the mix and messing with it, or they've decided this quarterback can't execute what Kellen Moore wants to do.
Well, and then if that's the case, though, wouldn't you as the offensive coordinator still try to find a way to make it best for Jalen?
Maybe they are.
Like, what if
maybe Grumpy Gus isn't into it. What do we know about Jalen Hurts? When the going gets tough, as an Eagle, when the going gets tough, has Jalen Hurts shown you steely-eyed resolve to fight through it and be the guy who's going to fight through it all?
Well, no, last year was a rough year for everybody.
So I'm going to say, until I see that, I'm going to question it.
Okay.
I'm going to question it because I don't believe for 1 second that Kellen Moore has said, you know what, my philosophy that I always had, that's not a good philosophy. It either doesn't fit the quarterback or it doesn't fit the coach. And if either one of those two are the example or is the reason, it's a problem, Andrew. It's a big problem for this franchise.
Okay, the number to climb in today is 610-632-0975. Are we talking about an actual good football team? Conor, I want your thoughts in a second, but the NFL may have told you the answer.
Oh, they did yesterday.
So, Week 8, the Eagles play the Bengals. It was a 4:25 start on CBS.
It was the game that was going to go to most of the country on CBS.
It was the Nance and Romo game.
And it was the most people were going to see that game.
They flexed them out.
For who?
For the Commanders.
And
the first place Commanders and the Bears. So you have the one versus two.
The 4-2 Commanders versus the 4-2 Bears.
And you have the Caleb Williams versus Jaden Daniels talking
which is an interesting story.
So I get the storyline. But, man, we're going from what would have been Burrow, Hurts, next on CBS to
1 o'clock.
1 o'clock.
We're going to get, I don't know who the D team is for CBS, but we're probably getting them.
Yeah, guys, the NFL just told you that both the Eagles and Bengals, the Bengals are part of this too because the Bengals have been struggling. Both the Eagles and Bengals are not good enough for a prime spot.
I'm going to tell you right now.
And they don't do that just because they don't like the guys. It's because they may think the football teams aren't that good.
I'm going to tell you right now, I don't believe the Eagles and the Rams will play the weekend before Thanksgiving on the Sunday night football game. Because that's more the Rams.
Well,
you're not unhappy with that one.
No, I'll be driving home from New York that day. So
I got a feeling that'll be shifted to a 4:25.
I will tell Scott I won't be doing pregame.
I would guess that that's probably going to happen.
Kind of booked it on that 8 o'clock start.
Yeah, exactly.
All right, Conor. So you were the one that said this, that maybe this isn't even a good football team. Go ahead. Chime in.
Maybe this team isn't that good is what I'll say. I think they're a good football team. I don't think there's any debating that the Philadelphia Eagles are a good football team. But how good are they? Are they 12 wins? And the thing I keep coming back to every time we have this conversation about Nick Serianni is if you took the head coach out of the conversation, if you just flat out replaced him with, I don't know, take your pick of a good coach around the NFL, put like Matt LaFleur in there or something, someone who's not like this transcendent coach, but very good.
Okay.
Is this team significantly better? Like, does it solve all of their issues?
All of them?
Because I think a lot of the issues exist outside of the head coach. I don't think he's helping. And I think you could have brought in someone this offseason that could have helped this team more. But I don't think that Nick Serianni is the catch-all for the issues facing the Eagles. And maybe it's just the quarterback. Because I run through and the offensive line hasn't been as good as they normally are.
They have not been.
But they haven't been bad. The Eagles have given up 14 sacks this year. That's good for 19th in the NFL. So, they haven't been bad. The defense has kind of been as expected. You can wash it out with the linebackers better than we thought. Some players in the secondary better than we thought. The pass rush, not good. But I don't know. A.J. Brown hasn't had a bad year. He's just been hurt. Devontae Smith hasn't had a bad year. Is it just the quarterback? Is it the whole team? I just wonder how deep these problems go, and if we're simplifying it by pointing to the two lightning rods in Serianni and Hurts.
I like, though, that, Conor, you did go. It's the pointing out. This offensive line, 19th, sacks allowed. That's not good.
No, it's not good.
You're supposed to be the best. They're arguably supposed to be one or top of the league.
It's reverse 19th.
No, I understand.
19th,
I understand. But what does that mean, though?
So they've given up.
That there is 11 13 teams better than
So they're
them.
still
Yes,
outside
yes,
the top.
That's
10.
that is absolutely unacceptable. With the amount of money they spent on the offensive line, they're one of the most expensive offensive
Yeah.
lines in the NFL.
Well, hang on.
and they're talked about all the time as being the greatest.
We know the sacks aren't always on the offensive line.
Yeah, but you also know that the quarterback has avoided a lot of sacks too.
Yes,
Okay.
he has.
And which is why I say I think they're a perfect marriage. I've been saying that for a couple of years now. I think Hurts helps them out a lot as well.
Totally fair.
So we want to hear from you at 610-632-0975. You can call and you can text in. Are we talking about an actual good football team? Like the Philadelphia Eagles, we're ready to talk football now that the Nick Serianni stuff is behind us. But are they actually that good? Are they that 12-win team that we thought they were? And for all of you that said no preseason, you
It's
said
a different story.
You said because of the defense. It's not been because of the defense. Also, coming up next, Phillies had their press conference yesterday. They didn't seem to get in everybody's good graces. We'll play
Don't even get me.
We'll play some clips from you, from Dave Dombrowski next. By the way, real quick, another mention. Michkov, dude, 2 goals last night. The fact that they go to overtime and get a point, I know it's early on. I'm not breaking down the all-important
but still,
point just
though.
yet. Look, that was a tough spot to be in against Edmonton.
And 2 power play goals from Mishkov.
Yeah, are they allowed to do that? I
He's
thought
a
that was
weapon,
something they were
baby.
not allowed. We may actually have a generational talent. That's a beautiful thing. It's Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Fanatic Sports Update.
An extension for Thompson. I'm Conor Thomas, and this update is brought to you by...
Kincade Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic. Our question today, it's time to talk football. Well, what kind of a team are we talking about? Are we talking about that 12-win football team, or are we talking about a team that's just going to kind of be nauseating to watch all season long, and they might not do anything at all? I mean, you asked a couple of people a few weeks ago, John. I believe the exact numbers were, are the Eagles more of an 11-6 team or I'm trying to think what the other record you gave. It was 11-6.
Or was it 8
or
9?
8-9.
Yes.
And we had a couple guests say 8-9.
Which I couldn't believe. It was that was back with CBS's
Pete Prisco, right?
We were talking
it was Pete Prisco.
And that was right there in the mix for that, is that they're more of a 500 team. I don't believe that. And if it happens, again, maybe I'm just whistling past the graveyard here. I don't believe that they are a 500 team.
I don't think so either. And if it does happen, heads will roll, and we move on.
Yeah, but people,
right?
I think we're at the point where people are rooting for the heads to roll. And
Which sucks.
I can hear you even on today's Open.
I was apathetic yesterday, man.
You were. And the one thing is that I don't want the reality that your mind is in right now. I want it to get a cleanse in the next 3-4 weeks. I want it to get a cleanse where you say, okay, now I'm seeing the team that we expected them to be in the summertime.
Right.
The offense has to pick it up. It's so weird. It's so weird, and you made a great point.
Thank you.
The defense was supposed to be the issue for this team.
That's why I don't
and
want
it's not.
anybody to call in and
And
go,
it's not.
I told you so. No, you didn't.
Whoa,
you
whoa.
told us that the defense was going to suck.
Okay, the only defense of that is there are some people who will give you the I told you so. I didn't believe in Jalen Hurts.
Oh, yeah, I'm sure there are
And
people out
Jalen
there.
Hurts through 5 games, I think has put up 2 good games, 3 bad games.
Yeah.
That's not good enough.
No, it's not.
You're not winning anything of consequence if you're sitting there flipping a coin like Harvey Dent.
Right.
Deciding what team are we getting today. And unfortunately, it's been coming up tails a lot.
What team are we getting this season? Are we talking about a good football team? 610-632-0975. Now, we'll get to your text messages and your phone calls come up in a little bit, but there was a big press conference yesterday.
Oh, yeah.
With Dave Dombrowski and Rob Thompson. Rob Thompson, by the way, extended.
Yeah, you don't want to. You do not. I have no problem with this, by the way.
Neither do I.
You do not want a lame duck manager ever.
No. So he's extended through the 2026 season, and I
Right.
know people were upset by that.
That's crazy to me.
I know people were upset by the entire coaching staff also returning.
That is. Yeah, I got an issue. Yeah.
You do, I don't, and you know how I feel about it. I don't know how much of a difference a hitting coach makes.
Why wouldn't you want to find out? Why wouldn't you want to find out? This is where we'll start with this thing. You opened that door. Why would you just throw your hands in the air and go, you know what? This has been the reason 3 years in a row October ended. But you know what? Let's not try something different. Let's just roll it back and do the exact same thing we've been doing.
I mean,
I don't want to hear about regular season wins.
No.
Because we mocked the Braves about that.
John, I'll say this. I guess I could see if we find out. I don't care. I don't think if they find, I don't know who the hot commodity offensive hitting coach is out there, or if there's a guy in the Phillies farm system. I don't know how much of a difference they make once you're in the play. You heard Alec Boehm in his press conference after the Phillies got eliminated. I'm not going to change who I am.
I did. And you know what I heard?
That's
and
not Kevin Long telling him to swing. That's just him. That's how
you know what that is? That's an organization allowing him to say that.
Okay.
That's an organization allowing him to say, the way I do things is fine. That is crap. That is a loser mentality.
Well, let's see if they actually allow it.
I'm Nick Castellanos. Well, I'm just going to do what I do. I don't have an approach when I go to the plate.
And he's been one of your better hitters on the team for the last 2 years.
What's that saying? What is that saying?
He's one of the better hitters on the last 2 years. That's what it's saying.
What is that saying to you?
It says that the rest of the team needs to play better.
Then maybe you need a different approach to hitting.
Could be.
If Nick Castellanos, if anyone even says those words to me, then you absolutely maybe need a different approach. You maybe need to look at things and go, the way we're doing things isn't really working. Let's do something different. Nah. It's the big roll it back. And I said last year roll it back was going to fail. I didn't think it would.
Right.
It's worked.
Well, let's not get caught up. Let's play a couple of the clips for the people in case you didn't hear Dombrowski speak yesterday. First things first, because there are a lot of people that are upset that Rob Thompson is indeed coming
And
back.
I'm not upset
I'm
he's
not
back.
upset either.
Not at
Here's
all.
Dombrowski explaining why Topper returns.
Well, I think, first of all, he's done a good job for us. I mean, he's been a very successful manager. There's very few clubs in baseball that have made the postseason 3 years in a row. He has done that. We've been a very good club under his guidance. It's also one where I think stability in the manager spot, I don't think going into the manager's last year is ever a good situation to be in if you can prevent that from happening. He deserves the extension in that regard. I don't really want the focus. If you go into, I've been in the position sometimes willingly, sometimes unwillingly, where your manager goes into the last year of his contract, and right off the bat you lose 3 games in a row, and there's speculation on his job status. So I think it secures that people know how we feel about him. He's done a good job, and it gives us stability in that role. So he's deserved it, really. He's done a great job for us.
I love that answer.
Yes.
No problem with that answer.
And I believe he has deserved it.
I want him back. I'll take him back.
Okay.
I think it's weird only because of the Rob Thompson side of it. I'm surprised that he was open to it. Because remember, he was ready to hang it up before they gave him this opportunity to be manager.
He was ready to hang it up because he was tired of being an assistant.
I got you, but I wonder how long he wants to do
And
this for.
You know how he does? I believe 125,000 is what he was making,
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
and then he's making millions.
Yeah, I'm
Yeah.
sure. I'm
So
sure
I
that
think
helps out a little
I
bit
think
too.
that what it is it's the retirement annuity for Rob Thompson, money that he never earned in his entire life. He got late in life.
I'm sure that helps out a
I think
lot,
it's
too.
a big part of it.
That's a great point.
All right, now here's.
Making 20 times what he made.
Yeah, I'm sure he's happy with that. I'm sure his
Yeah.
wife doesn't mind either, right?
sure they got a new beach
she's
house
used to
out
him
of it.
being out of the house a lot, and now she's getting a lot of money for it too.
His
What do you mean?
retirement's
He
going to
already
be great.
He already got voted the most handsome manager.
That's right. Or
Remember
no, it
that.
was second. I think it was second most.
I think it
handsome.
was one.
Was it
Rob
number
Thompson was the most handsome manager?
They
years
did
ago.
science,
one?
dude.
You didn't remember that?
Come on.
No.
Come on, man. All right, 2 more for you. This one just makes Johnny happy. You don't even know what I have written down.
I know, but I know that so much annoyed me when I listened to it yesterday that I
And
know
we'll
it's
have
gonna
all
happen
show
again.
to react to it. But here's Dave Dombrowski talking about Trey Turner, who is the Phillies shortstop, Johnny.
When you say that, his metrics are very similar to what they were before he came here in many ways. So Trey has been, he will be our shortstop, yes. He's going to be our shortstop the coming year. But we also feel that sometimes you have to be careful with some of that. And I'm not sure which metrics you're using, but they're not always 100% the defensive. We rely on defensive metrics, but there's also not a perfect way of describing the defensive aspects of the game as far as we know. He did not have not an outstanding defensive shortstop. He does have good range. He makes really good plays at times, but he also makes too many errors at points. But he has improved. He's worked hard, and I wouldn't be surprised if he continues to improve despite his age.
He says, yeah, he's making too many errors.
But let me give you a metrics that tells you that this guy isn't that bad. That is such a gobbledygook answer. And I got to tell you, I have the utmost respect for what he's accomplished in his career, Dave Dombrowski. I think he's fantastic. And I'm thrilled that he's still the guy here to try to get this right. That was the biggest load of dog poop. What freaking metrics? Stop with the stupid, there's a VORP that we're going to tell you that he really wasn't bad at shortstop. No, he was. And he's declining. He is a declining asset. He is not an ascending asset. He doesn't get better. It's not getting better.
And nobody's saying to bench
it's not
him.
getting better
to
at
play, put him at second base.
And he's not getting
you
better
know.
at the plate either. So I don't know what metrics he's going to try to spin to us. He is not an ascending player. So when I hear his metrics are pretty close to what it's been. No, it's not.
So you don't think there's a world where Trey Turner could be an all MLB caliber player again?
At second base, talk about it. At second base, talk about it. Sure. Could his bat mysteriously come back? Sure. It'd be great.
I can't
Love
say
it.
mysteriously when
Yeah,
he's
definitely not mysteriously.
had great stretches. It's then he's also had the bad cold stretches. I
He's
can't
had really-
can't say mysteriously. All right, last one for you. The outfield. This is the one that bothered me the most.
Oh, my
Here's
gosh.
Dombrowski talking about his outfilders.
I mean, our outfield, it's more uncertain than our infield because our infield's basically set at every single position, and catching and a lot of starting pitchers and that. So, our outfield, all in all, I think it's very turn out to be very average at the big league level when you look at it. I think we have one guy that plays every day, Castellanos. We like Marsh still. We like him. I think he's a good player. When you look at his numbers overall, he's good. He could play left or he can play center. We like Rojas, but we need offensive improvement there from him. We have a plan this wintertime. He's going to live in Clearwater. We have a plan from an offensive perspective. He reduced his chase rate. He's still an outstanding defensive center fielder. He can run. But I can't say he's for sure going to be our center fielder. And then we have Hayes, of course. We'll have to make a decision in that regard. So I'm not sure how it will be, but I would think that a couple of guys for sure that are part of that equation are Marsh and Castellanos, and then we take it from there.
Brandon Marsh has done nothing in his career other than being a top prospect.
He throws seeds on people and dumps cups, and he's part of the daycare.
I can't take away the prospect thing. That happened.
Oh, my gosh.
But he has done nothing in his major league career for Dave Dombrowski to say he is a part of our plans as one of our starting outfielders.
More importantly, I went back to spring. Rob Thompson, Dave Dombrowski yesterday, nerd boy. If we could just get him to 240.
Rojas, yo boy.
If we could just get him to 240, we'll take it with that defense. Both of them saying almost exactly the same thing. He hit 243. And still, they're talking about the 9-hole hitter being the problem. Instead of pointing the finger at your high-priced guys who are underachieving. That was the worst I've ever heard Dave Dombrowski be in my life.
They didn't say he's the problem.
They worried about where's Brandon Marsh going to be in the winter? Is he going to be in Clearwater?
I don't know.
No.
Is Nick Castellanos and them going to be in Clearwater? I'm so tired of this crap. You're worried about your 9-hole hitter?
It was a kind of a disappointing press conference yesterday.
That's lame.
And you know me, I don't overreact to certain things. I didn't really like it yesterday. It seems like it is running it back, or they weren't going to say, "Hey, we're looking to trade these players," which could also be which could also
But you
be
don't have to throw lollipops and sunshine their way either.
Well, that's what the daycare does.
Oh, it was such a good year. Let's talk regular season wins. That's crap.
All right, coming up next, we've had a busy first 40-plus minutes of the show. We want to hear from you. Reaction to Dave Dombrowski and our Eagles question. Are we talking about a good football team? 610-632-0975. It's Kincade Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Mike Missanelli.
We're not saying that this is the end of the world, but we have to comment on what's in front of us.
97.5 The Fanatic on this Wednesday morning. Frost on the windows this morning, man. Unbelievable.
How about frost on your pumpkin? Have you carved yet?
No, I don't. We don't carve.
What?
Dude, after that Mets series, we're anti-pumpkin. Anyone who has a
You
pumpkin,
don't carve
No,
a
I got
pumpkin?
pumpkins on the
enemy of the state.
No, I don't carve.
Okay, man, your dad carved.
Christy likes the the cooler pumpkins. Like the
What, like the
different
Hobby
colors.
Lobby pumpkins?
No, like there's green pumpkins, there's
Yeah,
gray
but you
pumpkins.
can still carve a pumpkin, put a candle in it, put a LED light in it.
Nah.
Oh, my gosh. I'm going to have to kidnap Cooper and show him what you do on Halloween.
Yeah, here you go, Coop. Here's
That's
a
terrible.
Here's a knife. Why don't you go
No,
carve this
you
pumpkin?
do it together. You do it. It's unbelievable. Bad Salciunas.
Who carves pumpkins?
Nobody.
Like,
It's such an old school
everybody. Oh, my gosh.
Man.
Let's go to Hobby Lobby and get green pumpkins and orange pumpkins.
Oh, we got
and
him
blue
at,
pumpkins.
You got him at the Produce Junction.
Oh,
man.
gee, that's even worse. That's even
Come
worse.
on,
Stop.
man.
Stop while you're ahead.
Discount pumpkins, baby.
Stop while you're ahead.
Oh man, I work in radio.
I love Produce Johnson.
All right, so what do we have on the text line today, Connor? Obviously, you can react to what Dave Dombrowski said and Rob Thompson during the press conference yesterday. But our Eagles question, as we start to talk football and no longer about the drama caused by the head coach of this football team, what kind of football team are we talking about? Are we talking about a good football team? Are we talking about that 12-win football team we talked about all offseason? Or are we talking about a team that might make it to the playoffs and then the season ends kind of early and we're miserable again? What do we got on the text line, Connor?
No name on this one, but they say the Eagles, in all caps, are a good football team.
Okay.
The defense is only getting better. The offense is too talented to be bad.
Yeah, they are too talented. But we said the exact same thing last year. And I'm not going to sit here being like the doom and gloom guy like, oh, we
Please
said
don't.
this last year. No, I don't want to act like we didn't say that last year. It might be a coaching thing. It might be a quarterback thing. It might just be that they didn't play in the preseason and they're starting to get some, and A.J. Brown was out for 3 weeks and Devontae Smith missed a week and Lane Johnson missed a week. It could also be that. The Eagles' offense could be good, but they were healthy last year too. So
They were healthy.
let's not do the whole they're too talented, because I believe that's a trap that we have put ourselves in. I have now learned, John, in my very short time here working with you,
Yes.
and the time I did middays last year, that talent doesn't always prevail. The Eagles were more talented than all those teams they lost to, except for the 49ers down the stretch last season. They were more talented than the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. It didn't matter when they weren't playing like a team. The Sixers were more talented than the New York Knicks last year. It doesn't matter when they're not playing like a good team. The Phillies are more talented than the New York Mets. It doesn't matter when you're not hot and when you're not playing like a good team. The Eagles are more talented than a lot of teams. They barely beat the Browns. Why?
Because of the fact that they are shooting themselves in the foot.
Yes.
The Phillies had one season collapse. The Eagles, it's a self-inflicted wounds. It's constant. They hold themselves back. Have you seen the defenses saying, wow, the Eagles' offense is being stifled by a great defense? I haven't seen that yet. I haven't seen any of that. What I've seen is the Eagles being their own worst enemy. And honestly, I hope they don't have conceal and carry, because they tend to shoot themselves right in the foot.
All right, what else?
Plaxico Burress.
What else? I knew that one was coming. What else we got?
exactly.
All right, we have a check-in here from our guy Ben in Bucks County, who says, this is where I disagree with you, John. I don't think this team is as talented as you think they are. I think they're pretty talented on offense, but I think they have a lack of talent on defense. And what happens is on offense, they got to protect their defense, so they want quick strike, and that sets them up to not be able to run the system that they want to. So that's why we're looking at a situation where there's not going to be a game where we score 35 points.
Quick strike is exactly the opposite of what you do when you have a defense that's shaky. You do not go for
Yeah.
a quick
No,
strike
you wanna
offense.
keep them off the
you do
field.
exactly the opposite. So that is ridiculous.
Okay, but don't get caught up on that part. How do you feel about him saying, like, you think the team is more talented than they are?
I think they're very talented. I think they have the best offensive line in their division. I think they arguably have the best quarterback till proven differently in their division. They have the best wide receivers in their division.
They have
Best
the
running back in the division.
They have the best wide receivers in maybe the NFL.
How about the best rookies?
in terms of a tandem?
How about the best rookies contributing on defense on the same team? The Eagles are fine with talent. It's not a talent issue. It's a performance issue.
And are they being coached up well enough? And
We don't know about that. Well, on defense, they
scary.
certainly are. It looks. It
Yeah,
looks that way.
defense they are. And
It looks that
we
way.
had a tweet from our man Tommy Reardon that said, speaking upside of defense, They're currently ranked 14th, but if the offense didn't put them in such a bad spot against Tampa,
Which was a bad day.
they could be in the top 10.
Sure.
And he's right about that. All right, coming up next, we'll reset the show a little bit if you're just tuning in. And you know what? We got a big game on Sunday. Not just because the Eagles need to finally have a statement win. We got a big game for the running back. Saquon's going up against his old squad that didn't want him anymore. And we should probably expect some fireworks from number 26. It's Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic. 7 a.m. on this Wednesday morning here on Kincade Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic. Don't forget, a Wednesday morning means Adam Schefter, who joins us in 1 hour from now. Schefter will join us at 8 o'clock. And, John, we said it yesterday. We promised to the people today would be a show where we actually talk football and not just drama with the head coach. But we will have to ask Schefter about it today at 8 o'clock.
I don't think Nick Serianni has gotten into a fist fight at the Wawa this morning.
No.
So we're free to be able to talk football. We actually can talk about issues that matter today as we're in Giants week. Now, you are one of those people that the Giants are the number one rival for you.
Yes, I hate the Giants more than the Cowboys. And
I don't understand.
I know people freak
it's
out.
It's generational. I don't understand it.
Well, that's what it is. The Cowboys, their only reason why they're relevant at this point in 2024 is because they're a joke.
Okay.
And people like to make fun of them. The Giants are relevant in my life because the Eagles would beat them down every single week they would play them, and yet they won 2 Super Bowls. So little Andrew, high school Andrew, middle school Andrew was
I didn't like
jealous.
that kid.
Yeah, it's not generational because I don't care about that remotely. Like, I'm much more a Cowboys guy. So, I don't like the Giants.
Did you just call yourself a Cowboys guy?
No.
Is Conor Thomas a Cowboys fan?
Don't you dare do that to me. Now I'm really going to come in there. Don't you, you know what I'm saying. The Cowboys are the biggest rival for this team. They always will be.
Yes,
and
they
I don't
will
understand
be.
the Giants hate
I'm saying for me personally, I hate the Giants more.
I'm going to just say, Papa Chunas, I thought he raised you better, that Dallas is the biggest week. But, hey, the Giants think they've got something going, so.
Yeah, they don't.
Yeah, they don't.
The Giants stink.
They don't.
All right, so we're going to talk about Saquon Barkley in a few minutes. I want to highlight the guy because we got the Eagles-Giants game, and this is a big one for him personally. But let's check out what we got on the text line. Conor, let us know what we have. You can text in. You can call in at 610-632-0975. Again, our main topic today is about the Philadelphia Eagles from a football standpoint. We want to talk about the team today, not the head coach and his nonsense. But are we talking about a good football team, or are we talking about a team that's going to underperform? And through 5 weeks, it is safe to say, would you guys agree that they have underperformed?
They've absolutely underperformed. I mean, look, just think of it this way. There are 8 teams in the NFC that are playing better than the Eagles right now.
Yeah.
That's absurd.
That's underperforming.
That is because whether you believe the analysts or not, this is supposed to be one of the best teams in the NFL, and they certainly have not played like it.
No, they haven't.
And they're they're shooting themselves in the foot. It's not like they're going up against opponents that are stomping them.
Right.
That Atlanta game is going to haunt me for a while because that's one that in January we're going to say, oh, man.
They could have been at home for this game.
Or you're playing for a bye if you win that last game against the Giants.
Right.
You're playing for a bye at that point. There's a lot about the first 5 games that hopefully can be overcome.
Conor, what do we have on the text line about our topics today at 610-632-0975?
Oh, we have Mike from Malvern who's being very positive today. He's saying they're a very talented football team. With a mediocre quarterback and a buffoon for a head coach, they won't make the playoffs.
All right. Look, I don't want to.
Okay, it's going to be hard.
I don't want to get ahead of myself. They're going to make the playoffs.
Well, it's going to be hard to argue. It's going to be hard to argue against his mediocre quarterback point until Jalen gives us different talking.
And look, he played very well this past weekend.
I think he did. I think it was his best game.
And I think he's going to continue to play well. I don't think you guys know how I feel about Jalen. I think he's a good quarterback. I don't think he's 2022 Jalen Hurts. I don't think we're ever going to see that again. I think he played maybe to his ceiling that season, but I still think he's a good quarterback. I still think he's a top 10 quarterback.
Then tell me why a 23-year-old plays to their ceiling, and at 24 and 25 he doesn't. Is that regression of the coaching staff and the plan? Is that regression of the player himself?
I think there's tape.
Is that then that's a bad thing because what it's supposed to be is a point counterpoint league.
Yes.
It's supposed to be one chess move to slow down Jalen Hurts, and then it's supposed to be, well, here's what we're going to do to counter that to make sure that then he gets back to that level.
Sometimes you can't find the counter. And so what you try to do is you coach up as much as you can to avoid some of the issues that he's had. And his issues are rolling to his right. His issues are turning the football over, which he didn't do last week. So there's going to be games where he's not going to turn the football over. And then there's going to be the games where he makes the boneheaded throws. We have seen bad throws by Jalen Hurts this season. We have seen bad fumbles by Jalen Hurts this season. Is he having a bad season? No, but he's had bad moments. It's the hero ball all over again.
But when you're the Eagles and you have this roster, is there any grouping that you'd say, the Giants have the advantage on Sunday?
Defensive line.
Oh, yes.
Okay,
yes,
I'll give you
sorry.
that. Okay.
Kayvon Thibodeau's
There's one.
very good.
That defensive line, that's it. But almost every other matchup goes the way of the Eagles.
Yes.
So this should be a homecoming game.
Yeah,
This is
we said that last week against Cleveland.
This
too.
is a homecoming opponent, even though it's on the road. If we're talking Monday morning about a Giants team that managed to neutralize the Eagles and you squeak out with a last-minute field goal, or God forbid, you lose up there in the Meadowlands, whatever they're calling it now, you're at that point, we got real problems.
Yeah. And,
Real problem.
Well, I've been pointing out the real problems since the season started, and I will not believe them to be this dominant football team until they show me, and they've not shown me yet this season. They had a good game against the Packers. They've not shown me a complete effort where I go, that's the dominant football team I expected to see.
No, we
this
haven't
season.
seen dominant. We haven't seen dominant since when?
It's been the Dolphins game. Again,
And even in that one, it was cosmetically close because of a horrible pick six by Jalen Hurts.
Yeah, but we're nearing a calendar year since they've won a game by 2 scores. All right, what else do we have on the text line, Connor?
All right, we have a check-in here on the situation with the offense. And Vashon in Coatesville says there's no innovation in the offense. We've seen Hurts utilize his tight end in the past. All the routes are all downfield. Very little slants and ins are utilizing the middle of the field. So without the threat over the middle, it's so much easier to defend if you don't have to worry about the threat of intermediate routes. I think it's coaching more than it is talent.
Well, and that goes back to the why is Kellen Moore's offense not Kellen Moore's offense? Is it because of Nick Sirianni? Is it because of Jalen Hurts? And I don't think we'll ever really know.
We better know. I mean, because, look, we have 5 years of data to work off of. Do we all of a sudden believe, it's Kellen Moore doesn't like the quick slants?
No, it's one of the two.
Kellen
I just
Moore
don't
doesn't
know
like-
who it is.
Well, we know what if I have 5 years of data to say, here's how Kellen Moore runs an offense. Here's what he likes to do. And you're not doing it? You're not doing it either because Nick Sirianni's messing with it or the quarterback isn't executing it.
Right.
And the whole idea that we don't see Jalen Hurts under center tells me it's the quarterback because Kellen Moore likes the quarterback.
Or it could be a
at
little
under
bit of
center.
both. When Sirianni's literally scoffing at people last year for questioning lack of pre-snap motion.
Right.
He scoffed. Like, that's not Jalen Hurts going, oh, I don't like pre-snap motion. Nick Sirianni, audibly, visually,
He did.
if you watch the press conference, scoffed at reporters for bringing up pre-snap motion week in and week out. So forgive me for thinking it may be him as the reason
No,
why
it could be.
it's gone down this
It might be Sirianni. It might be Hurts. The least likely option is that Kellen Moore has changed his philosophy the minute he moved to Philadelphia. He's decided all the things that have made me a successful offensive coordinator, we're not going to do them.
Yeah.
And one of them is the guy we're going to talk about in that whenever he's had a back the caliber of a Saquon Barkley,
Right.
he's leaned on him heavily at that point. I don't understand what's up with this. I don't understand it.
Well, let's talk about that, man. Saquon Barkley. I will say this. First things first. He has been amazing.
He's been awesome.
We have been tortured in this city when it comes to big-name free agents and big-name trades just not working out for us, right? I can give you Byron Maxwell. I can give you Nnamdi Asomugha. I can give you the same position of running back, DeMarco Murray. Like, we've been tortured. Not often do we see the big-name guy come here and it actually work out. We always get overly excited for this big free agent, and then they stink. Saquon Barkley does not stink, and he's been amazing. Last week, obviously, the numbers were down. I do credit Cleveland's defense a little bit there. He had 18 carries for 47 yards, so it's not like he had an effective day running. I do give credit to the Cleveland defensive front there. But, dude, Saquon Barkley's been everything as advertised. And for a guy who was questioning the signing, I was questioning it at the beginning because I don't know if I would pay running back money like that. Dude, he's been everything as advertised.
Here's the problem, though, is that what do I know about Kellen Moore is that Kellen Moore wants to feature that back much more. In Dallas, how many times did we get bludgeoned by one of their running backs just dominating us and running through us? It was a big problem. We're not seeing enough of Saquon when we need to see Saquon. Game starts on Sunday. First play. 1st and 10, you get a 5-yard gain.
Yes, you do.
And then what do they start doing? They start chucking it downfield at low percentage opportunities, one-on-one opportunities. It's like they panic. It's like they say, well, we got to get explosive. we have to make this offense look sexy for SportsCenter. Instead of saying, we just got 5 yards on that first carry. The Atlanta game would have been won if they just handed it to Saquon Barkley.
Right.
I don't understand why they go, hey, we got 5 yards on first down. You know what we might do? Let's do something wild. Let's try it on second down. Let's see how much he gains.
They're overthinking it, man.
No, I think they're load managing him.
Well, it could be.
I believe that analytics department, so somewhere Myron with his spreadsheet is saying, you can't play Saquon that many snaps. We have to make sure that he's well for January. Well, guess what? They may not make it to January. You can't worry about January. You got to worry about getting to January. And this load management stuff, which I know exists, which I know that they do it, this bothers me.
Now,
they were doing it last year. They were doing it last year with the running backs. They were doing it the year before with the running backs. It's an organizational philosophy, and I'm sorry. I don't trust a bunch of guys who are 150 pounds soaking wet with pocket protectors to tell the football coaches how they use their personnel.
Now, he does have the 7th most carries in the NFL so
There
far
is
this
one
year.
chunky guy in analytics. I should be wrong about that.
Barkley has 91 carries this year, which is 7th most in the NFL. They already had the bye week. And the game before the bye, the Tampa Bay, they couldn't run the ball when they were down 24-0.
But they didn't use him early on in the Tampa
they
game.
should have used him early on.
That was part of
Correct.
the reason that your defense got stampeded because of the fact that you refused to just run the football, and he was having success then. The Atlanta game was miserable with that. They have opportunities. They give him the carries. They give him the carries many, many times when they're trailing, instead of leaning on him and seeing what Saquon can do from running out in front.
Right, and you know what I've been saying for a couple weeks now. I do want this offense to be simpler for Jalen Hurts. I think it's too many shots downfield. I love the crossing pattern, the mesh stuff that they did with Devontae Smith last week, and that's why they scored a touchdown on him. I mean, that was one of the better plays. I do believe they need to start focusing more on Saquon Barkley in this offense. I think the game plan should be, hey, let's start with Saquon. Let's make Jalen Hurts' life easier, which was when they signed him, I thought one of the biggest things. I thought Jalen Hurts' life would be easier this year once they acquired Saquon Barkley. And I still think it is when they utilize him. Maybe they need to come out with the game plan of running the football. To your point, 5 yards to start the game last week, and then they take a shot downfield the next play.
When you're the Giants, Saquon's coming home, and we all saw Hard Knocks and saw how it was all of a sudden the Saquon story becomes a big deal between these two franchises. Are they sitting there in their meeting rooms this week going, Nick Serianni and the Eagles are going to shove Saquon Barkley down our throat for 4 quarters because it means so much to him?
Oh, probably.
That to me actually concerns me a bit.
Look, if there's anything when it comes to Nick Serianni that we like, it is he's going to try to pump up his guys and he's going to try to highlight certain guys. So I wouldn't be surprised if we see the Saquon show this Sunday. It's against the Giants, his old squad. It's the way they literally said, we're not going to pay a running back that kind of money. And then the Eagles go, all right, fine, we will. And you know that this game has been circled on the calendar for him all season.
And their owner literally said on open mic,
that was amazing.
Don't want him ending up in Philly.
Yeah.
That'd be a nightmare. If he ends up in Philly, man, that's a nightmare. Well, it's a little before Halloween. The nightmare better be brought to MetLife on Sunday.
And I think that it will be, man.
And you don't have to, it doesn't have to be, too, to your point. It doesn't have to be Saquon carrying it 30 times. It has to be the threat of Saquon.
Right.
How much do they expect him to be involved? It doesn't have to be him even that heavily involved in the passing game.
Right.
But it has to be the threat of Saquon in their heads, creating space for everybody else.
I will say this. First play from the line of scrimmage, give me a play action. Everybody in the world
going to think
Saquon's getting the ball first snap from the line of scrimmage. Give me a play action. I don't want to take shots downfield early on in the game. That might be the one time where I go, you know what? Everybody thinks it's going to 2-6.
Wait a minute, though. First drive. How many yards this year? You had the number yesterday.
12,
on first drive,
I believe. 12 total yards.
They have 12 total yards on their first drives all year long.
Yeah.
So instead of that is that you then maybe put yourself behind the chains getting too cute.
Triple it. Triple it on the first play from the line of scrimmage.
Don't get cute. Nick Serianni, and we know you're listening, don't get cute. You got 26. You have a motivated 26. And if he gets 5 yards on the first play of the game, you might want to try it again. I'm just saying. And by the way, he can also, you got this high-priced running back in Saquon Barkley.
Mm-hmm.
How come on 3rd and 1 we have to constantly tush-push?
Yeah.
Did you not go out and pay one of the highest-priced running backs in the NFL to come here and we got to line up for the tush push like we're in some Disney movie? Could we actually use?
Effective, John.
Could we actually use? How about if you set up in a formation that makes them think, well, they're feeding Saquon, and then you throw out of that, or Jalen takes it out of that.
I've never seen a city so mad at a play that works so often.
I don't think it's a matter of being mad. It's a matter of changing it up. The one thing the Eagles have been under Nick Serianni is sort of predictable. I don't want predictable. And you just got a toy in 26 that is going to make 11 better, going to make 6 better, is going to make your quarterback better. Start using it. Get creative. Stop with this high school Harry stuff. And if Jalen Hurts can't handle that offense, then we got bigger problems.
All right, so are we talking about a good football team? I can't believe I'm asking this question.
Well, it's 5 weeks in. They've given you the ammunition.
I have nothing to literally sit on and go, wow, this is such a great football team. The defense has overperformed, even though we thought they would be a middle-of-the-pack defense, but the Eagles' offense has underperformed ultimately. So what are the people saying on the text line, Connor? You can text in. You can call in at 610-632-0975. We have more Saquon Barkley stuff that we're going to get into as the show goes on because this is a big matchup for him personally, I imagine. I mean, dude, remember, there was the drama of him not knowing he was on speakerphone. And then that goes on Hard Knocks because apparently they didn't tell him that he was on speakerphone. I'm sure that rubbed him the wrong way. So it's a big game for the Eagles, game for Saquon.
I'd be calling Morgan and Morgan. But I don't know what the laws are in the state, at that point.
Yeah.
Because that was embarrassing a little bit that he got, punked with.
Damn right it was. All right, what do we got on the text line, Connor?
Blaine in Kentucky checks in and says, I believe this team's a lot better than the product they have been showing on the field. The lack of pass rush, though, I'm unsure whether or not this team is on the level to possibly make an NFC championship or Super Bowl run. Still, that's the fun part about being a fan. You're not sure. I do still believe this is a talented team where it counts.
They are talented. Nobody's saying that they're not talented. It's just, are they being coached up well enough? And are they a cohesive group, right? Like, the cliches there. Last year, they were talented in certain areas. The pass rush was talented last year.
Oh, it certainly
Reddick,
was.
Sweat, Fletcher Cox, Carter, Davis. The pass rush was talented last year, but then you had Hassan Reddick going rogue. You had Josh Sweat lose it in the second half of the season because he played way too many snaps because the defensive coordinator put him out there basically every single play. They were talented last year. They couldn't get home the second half of the season.
And how many times, and Conor would have a better answer on this, how many times has Blaine in Kentucky or any other listener to our show texted us that? They're a much better team than they're showing.
Right.
There's a much more, and believe me, I'm guilty. I should be like the one on trial here because I'm somebody who has spouted that off all through last December. They're going to turn it around. They're going to show better leading up to the Tampa game and through 5 games this year. So I'm guilty of it, but I think that you probably get a lot of that, don't you?
Yeah, absolutely. But don't worry, Johnny. I got us this week. This is the CT blowout game. It's coming.
Okay.
Is this your play of the year?
It's the CT guarantee, man.
CT play
No, because
of
if
the
I
year.
bet it, I'm going to lose it.
All
I
right,
might throw money on the
No,
Giants.
you've been good lately with your picks. Will you stop down talking yourself? You've been on a good little run here.
You did. You went 4-0 last week. Real quick,
blind squirrel finds a nut.
Bill Brown checks in.
Bill's always positive. No.
Oh, no, this has nothing to do with the actual team itself. He says, I know John loves this. Do the Giants give the Barkley video package on Sunday?
I do not believe that they do.
Oh, they 100%.
No, I think that they would maybe something pregame.
Right. Because here's the thing.
The NFL team's not doing it during the game.
But if he went to Tennessee, maybe. He's at the Eagles now.
You cannot.
Like,
You're
are you going
You're
to highlight
No, they aren't.
your division rivals
not.
running back?
Do you see the leader he is? Do you hear about what he did in the community? What a great guy he is. They're going to give it to him.
Do you know what they would do is that, like, okay, Donovan McNabb went to Washington.
Yeah.
That changed things. Like Washington, you didn't want Washington McNabb.
No. And oh, by the way, the Giants fans were not happy with Saquon going to the Eagles.
Yeah, there was a lot of that going on. They'll do something pregame when they make the announcements of the team.
Yeah.
That'll be it. They're not doing a video tribute to an Eagles-Giants game.
I don't think there's many standing ovations for Barkley either. And again, it's rival versus rival,
Matisse Thybulle got a video package here. Saquon Barkley's getting one in New York.
And I think the 15,000 Eagle fans that are going to help the Giants sell out their stadium will absolutely stand in unison to cheer him.
All right, coming up next, I got a couple of questions related to Saquon Barkley that we're going to discuss. I really hope I'm not building this up for Sunday.
I think
but
you
how
might be.
How can you not? The Eagles need to make a statement win, and Saquon Barkley wants to, Show it to the Giants.
What does he want to show?
He
to
wants
the
to give the
Giants?
2 Eagle bird salute. It's Kincade Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Fanatic Sports Update.
Michkov gets his first.
Wednesday morning on Kincade and Salciunas. Adam Schefter will be joining us coming up at 8 o'clock. Obviously, we get to talk about Nick Serianni with Schefty, and then we can finally stop talking about the head coach yelling at the fans after a win where they barely beat the Cleveland Browns. But we're also going to talk about Schefty about this Sunday's matchup because it's Eagles-Giants, so you got that divisional rival matchup in itself. And, of course, it's Saquon Barkley versus old squad in the New York Giants. We know everything about the Hard Knock story and how they didn't think they could pay a running back like that. They didn't want to pay a running back like that. And, of course, the owner, you talked about it last segment, John. John Mara is probably like, oh, boy.
He's not too happy this week.
I gotta face Saquon Barkley this Sunday, and I'm sure there's going to be plenty of fans that will be thrilled in New York if Saquon scores 2 touchdowns against our squad.
Well, also, too, the idea is that not only did you pass on paying Saquon and you let a transformational player for your franchise go away, but he also, the guy who made that decision, the coach who's there, all the people he's stuck with are still there.
Right.
And if Saquon really gives it to them on Sunday, it's going to be a disaster for all of them. I think for the front office, it means bye-bye. At some point, you're just waiting the days.
Right.
You're making the cardboard boxes now to be able to pack up your stuff. Saquon can hasten on that effort a little bit.
And I just know our friends at ESPN are going to have a field day with this matchup on Sunday between the Eagles and Giants. I've been told there's already some exclusives being worked on with Saquon Barkley and our old buddy Sal Palantonio.
Oh, Sal Pal's at the bottom of it.
And
you
look,
know
now,
he's got
you know
it.
Saquon's Mr. Professional, so Saquon's not going to be taking shots at the New York Giants and the ownership. You know that guy is a good dude, but he probably feels a certain type of way about how everything worked out.
I think he should feel a certain way.
I'm sure he
I mean, are you kidding me?
Yeah.
I'm the best part of what you were trotting out there.
Yeah.
You never surrounded me with a damn thing.
No.
And you expected me to win then? And then you, at the time that you have the opportunity to maybe build around me, you say, nah, we'll let somebody else do it.
Well, let's
You know
talk.
what?
Let's talk a little bit more about Saquon. So when they acquired him, first off, you weren't even here. You weren't in the
I
country.
was in Punta Cana.
Yeah, you were.
I was in my first cocktail, though, when it was the morning. Because I know you were on the air.
Yes, I was on the air when it was happening, which was a great time to be on the air.
I'm in a foreign country, and I had already gotten my first cocktail in me. And the minute my wife looks at the phone, and she goes, do you know some guy named Saquon? And I'm like, Saquon? Who? She goes, Saquon Barkley? And she says, yeah, the Eagles just got him. I honestly think I got tears in my eyes. I was like, are you kidding me? Really? And then I had another excuse to get a cocktail.
Yeah, it's a good excuse to have.
Not that I needed one. It was an all-inclusive.
Yeah, you were fine. But yeah, I was on the air, and I still remember. And again, I'm not going to do revisionist history here. When they first put out the reports that the Eagles were going after him, I said, all right, very talented player, but in this day and age, paying running backs is a scary thing. And it's something that the Eagles don't normally do. Which maybe that's what freaked me out, that they would be going up against their own morals. You know what the Eagles' morals are. It's build through the trenches. It's pay a lot of money up front. It's sign a veteran cornerback, draft another cornerback.
Oh, yes.
The Eagles have been doing the same thing for about 20 years, and they've been one of the more successful franchises in the NFL because of it. So it wasn't their normal practices to sign a player like Saquon Barkley at that position, at that price. But, dude, I wasn't going to lie to you and say that I wasn't excited if it happened. And when it did happen, I wasn't at an all-inclusive. I got a cocktail myself. I went into our back offices here, and I said, all right, where's that bottle of brown that we got? I need a toast to the Eagles for signing Saquon.
Look, I love it, the fact that you're telling the truth, because I also have to raise my hand. I did not want them to pay a running back.
It's scary.
I'm just paying a running back. I agreed with the organizational philosophy that they've never been doing that. Saquon's a different animal, though.
Yeah.
Because of the fact, too, the motivated Saquon, the coming home Saquon, and more importantly, when you've already got the wide receiver toys and you've got a mobile quarterback and you've got a fantastic offensive line, if there was ever a time to invest, it was now.
Now, the funny thing is...
And it's pretty much a 2-year deal.
Yeah, pretty much.
It's like you're getting a high-end vehicle on a deal that you pretty much just 2 years of bag that you got to worry about financially.
Right. And the funny thing is, normally, John, the fans and the evil media, right? We're the evil media.
We are evil.
We don't normally see eye to eye on a lot of things. I don't think everybody was on board with the signing. everybody thinks Saquon Barkley is a great player. Nobody thought that he was cooked or he's not a good football player. Everybody knew that in New York, the numbers that he was able to put together was amazing within itself, knowing that their quarterback situation has always been bad. Their offensive line has always been bad. Their wide receivers have always been bad. So defenses just had to stack 8 men in the box, and he was still able to run for over 1,000 yards, it seemed like, every single season when he was healthy. But I think this city knows what the Eagles do and what they don't do. And paying running backs is something that they don't do. So a lot of people were concerned when they got him. But, dude, through 5 games so far this year, and I know last week wasn't necessarily the fun Saquon Barkley show. Through 5 weeks this season, coaching aside, what Saquon Barkley has done when the ball has been put in his hands, it's been everything as advertised.
Well, also, too, think of it this way, is what were we also talking about at the same time that we were talking about Saquon being signed and being given money? We were being the problem with Hassan Reddick.
Right, that's true.
That was a major story here. You're not paying Hassan Reddick, and now you're going to go pay a running back?
When you already have A.J. Brown, you already have Devontae Smith.
You're loading up on that side of the ball?
Right.
When you're not. So that was part of the question, too, is people deciding where was the cash going to be spent. Now, they didn't realize that Hassan Reddick was going to be, I don't even know where he is. Is he off at Club Med? Is he? Yeah, he still hasn't done anything. And his Temple guys were very disappointed in what Hassan's done to get another franchise. But there were other questions. And loading up financially on the offensive side of the ball, it could have been a risky strategy.
Yeah, it could have been.
It still may end up being a risky strategy as we see this defense play out.
But I'll say this, John, and we have seen this the last couple of years in the playoffs. Last year, a prime example, the final 4 teams had 2 things going for them. One thing the Eagles don't necessarily have going for them, and that's linebacker play, right? The San Francisco 49ers, the Baltimore Ravens, the Detroit Lions, those teams had linebacking play. They also all had backs. I mean, it was Christian McCaffrey. I know Baltimore didn't necessarily have the bell cow back because Derrick Henry wasn't there yet, but they had a run-first style of offense because of what Lamar Jackson was able to do with his legs. You know what the Lions were all about.
Absolutely.
The Lions were all about David Montgomery and Jahmyr Gibbs. It was
they're going to beat
run
you
the
up.
football.
Right.
And so come January, hopefully the Eagles are there, and I expect them to still be a playoff team despite this rocky start. Come January, when it's cold and you're not taking as many deep shots downfield and you do need to rely on your running backs, which the Eagles did in 2022. Remember, as great as Jalen Hurts was that season and as great as he was in the Super Bowl, they ran the football in the game against the Giants. They ran the football in the game in the following round, the NFC Championship game against the San Francisco 49ers. And they ran the ball effectively. Saquon Barkley should run the ball effectively behind this offensive line, and because of A.J. Brown, Devontae Smith. He doesn't have to go up against a defense with 8 guys in the box.
You know what you brought up, though, was just a really interesting point. You talk about Baltimore, talk about San Francisco, talk about, other teams that are competing. A lot of times they're going to lead, their lead punch, their right hook is going to be the running game.
Yeah.
I think this organization has been completely resistant to that. And when I see them have success with the run, I've never seen a team that goes away from it more than the Eagles do. They're having success. They're winning that way, and it's almost like, but that's not how we want to win. Right now, let's start Sunday. Let's start winning the way you can win. Let's dominate a team at the point of attack, use that offensive line, which is supposed to be one of the best in football, but has not played to that level yet, and then find a way to be able to get all the passing components involved. I promise you, there's enough minutes in a game for AJ and Devontae to be able to go off.
Right. There's definitely enough minutes in the game. We got a text from our buddy Drew from Westchester. Of course, you can text the show or call in at 610-632-0975. Drew from Westchester says, Barkley getting handed the ball out of shotgun is frustrating to watch. Get him the ball running downfield. I know that's something that bothers you, John, and it's something that may bother Kellen Moore because he is not a offensive coordinator that always has his quarterback out of shotgun. And we talked about it last week or after the game against Cleveland. The best run that Saquon had was a run where he accidentally ran into Landon Dickerson, and it could have been a touchdown. That was a north and south run. The other carries were all east and west. Not that he can't do it, because we know that Saquon's fast and shifty. But, dude, the guy squats as many pounds as Jalen Hurts does. Right, 600, 700 pounds on the squat rack. You put that guy up the middle, he should still do damage.
Here's what I don't understand either, is the fact that you know that that's part of the component to use. You're complicating the game when you don't just let him run. And by the way, when you don't have the quarterback under center, makes it so much harder to defend Saquon Barkley
Right.
if the quarterback's under center and in shotgun, and you never know what's coming.
Well, I do know what's coming at 8 o'clock.
What's
Our
that?
buddy Adam Schefter, who joins us every single Wednesday at
He
8
better be
a.m.
here.
He's going to be calling in at 8 o'clock. Can't wait to talk to Shefty. But coming up next, I want to hear from you. I want you to call in at 610-632-0975. Forget about the rest of the team for a second. Forget about the head coach. Forget about Jalen Hurts. I want you to talk about Saquon Barkley next. How much have you enjoyed him so far in Philadelphia? Because in Eagles Green, he's been everything as advertised. But I want to hear from you because I remember when he was first signed, not everybody was fully on board. How are you feeling through 5 games of the Saquon Barkley era in Philadelphia? We'd love to hear from you. 610-632-0975. It's Kincade Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic.
The best show ever with Ricky Vitalico and Tyrone Johnson.
7:47 on Kincade Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic. Coming up at 8 o'clock, 12 minutes from now, as it is now 7:48, Adam Schefter will join the show. Always love our Wednesday conversations with Schefty. By the way, I want to let you know about the Fanatic deal of the week. Get a $50 gift card to Two Stones Pub for just $25. So you get an extra $25 in your pocket. Gift cards are valid on food and drinks. Normally, these deals, you only get the food portion of it. You get the drinks as well at all 6 of the Two Stones Pub locations in northern Delaware and southeast PA, as well as the 2SP Tap House. Get this exclusive offer while supplies last at 975thefanatic.com/deals.
Sounds like a good deal.
All right, Johnny. Sunday, will it be the Saquon show?
Saquon will work everything in his power to make it, and I hope the Eagles certainly give him opportunities without making it too obvious.
It is a anytime touchdown day. I know you said that in your read, but it is. You have to bet Saquon Barkley anytime touchdown. If you are a degenerate like us, you have to bet Saquon anytime tutty.
Maybe 2.
How about over 1.5?
Yeah.
Dude,
why
Boston
not?
Scott would score 3 times on this team in his sleep.
And they tried to get him the ball.
Yes.
I mean, it became such a thing that they wanted Boston Scott to score touchdowns against the Giants that you know it's going to be something in the game plan on Sunday for Saquon to get involved.
Conor, that's tasty. Over 1.5.
Love it.
That could very well be.
All right, let's hear from the people. So I asked the question going into the break. How have you felt through the Saquon Barkley experience through 5 weeks now? Eagles have played 5 games through 6 weeks of the NFL season.
It's good math on your part.
I think, thank you. A lot of people were like us before the signing happened. Man, they don't necessarily need him. The offense is already pretty stacked. They need other areas to address. Patrick Queen was a guy that a lot of people wanted. Safeties were
I'm not
a
paying
spot where a lot of people
$17 million
wanted.
for a linebacker.
I get it, but there were a lot of people that would have preferred that over Saquon. But I do believe through 5 weeks, everybody's still happy that he's here. So let's talk to the people. Let's go to John in D.C. John, you're on 97.5 The Fanatic.
Hey, good morning, fellas. How y'all
What's
doing?
up,
Good,
Johnny?
John.
Not too much, man. First, I was skeptical, but now I'm happy that we got him. I got to touch on one thing. We have to run the ball. I'm so glad y'all brought that up. I've been bringing that up since we first got hurt. We need to be running the ball at least 30 times a game, no less.
I don't have any problem with that at all.
I've asked for a 60-40, 50, close to 50-50, and it's because you have Saquon. It's because you have the offensive line who always talks about they like pushing rather than having to pass block. And, oh, by the way, Jalen Hurts is such a threat with his legs that it shouldn't be that difficult.
And it's common sense. And what hurts to me, he's a good passer. He shouldn't be passing. Think about last year's Tampa Bay first game of the season with Swift when we started pounding the ball.
Yep.
Out there for
Minnesota the week before. They ran the football with DeAndre Swift.
How come we see it? Why can't they see it?
I think because of the fact is they think they have a brand and an identity that is sexy and sleek and high-powered, and they don't want to win that way. I really believe that's the case.
Well, it goes back to the old story, and thanks for the call, John. It goes back. I told you guys this story the other day. The story in the Athletic
Green Bay
a few
game.
years ago. The Eagles win in Lambeau on a Thursday night, a short week. The Packers were the favorite. This was still Rodgers' Packers. Rodgers, not the mushroom Rodgers. This was This was not This was not peyote Rodgers. This was Aaron Rodgers at his best. And the Eagles go into Green Bay on a short week, and they win. And Jeffrey Lurie meets Doug Peterson in the locker room after the game, and according to reports, was questioning why they ran the ball so much. So it might be, to your point, John, what the Eagles want to do. But sometimes you got to do what's best for your football team.
Yeah,
and this team might be more reliant on the run than in years past.
It wasn't peyote. He was in his Danica phase.
Okay.
At that point.
Right.
The GoDaddy face.
Yes, the GoDaddy
face.
Those commercials were great when I was in middle school, man. Let's go to Carlos in Philly. Carlos here on 97.5 The Fanatic.
Hey, good morning, guys. I want to thank you for such a great effort. You guys do such a great job, all the shows on there.
Thanks, Carlos.
Brother. We appreciate it, man.
So, as far as Saquon Barkley, how can you not be happy to get a guy who has an impeccable work ethic? Everywhere he goes, people just, love the guy for who he is. He's super talented. Yes, there's been a couple plays this year where he's made some mistakes, but listen, like I said, Mariano Rivera's blown saves and given up home runs. I don't worry about he dropped the ball here, he dropped the ball there, he missed the block or something. Everybody's going to make a mistake. But if you're an Eagles fan, you have to be happy having the guy.
Yeah, you got a true three down back. Yes, the block on the 3rd and 1 where he gives up the sack, that was on him. And I'm not going to just because I love Saquon Barkley, I'm not going to hold him from criticism. He deserves to be criticized.
And it was third and 1 because of him not
because he didn't get the first down. But other than that, Carlos, to your point, this guy's been spectacular. And I said, other than the Browns game, he's been spectacular. So he makes 2 mistakes in the Cleveland game. Other than that, he's been pretty much perfect except for the drop pass where they shouldn't have thrown the football anyway.
Yeah.
And listen, mistakes are going to happen. Right now, if you're watching the Eagles and you're worried about Saquon, then you're missing the bigger picture because we have a lot of problems that we need to address, and Saquon's way down on the list.
Damn right, Carlos. We appreciate the call, man.
Thanks
again for the kind words, man. We really do appreciate it. You can climb in. Text line, phone line, 610-632-0975. Again, our main topic today, which we will get back to, is are we talking about an actual good football team? The Philadelphia Eagles. We want to talk football today, but are we talking about a good, great, elite football team, or are we talking about a team that's in the middle of the pack? And will they stay in the middle of the pack, which is not something that we talked about preseason. We talked about a 12-win team that will be playing in January and late in January and maybe in Philadelphia.
And they got flexed out for a Commanders game.
Yeah, the NFL tells you what they think about them right now.
Shame.
All right, coming up next from ESPN, our buddy Adam Schefter, and then today's headlines with Conor Thomas will follow. It is a Wednesday morning here at 97.5, The Fanatic.
Fanatic Sports Update.
Saquon set to return to New York. I'm Conor Thomas, and this update is brought to you.
8:01 on this Wednesday morning, which means one thing: Wednesdays with Schefter.
Wednesdays?
He joins us on the Comcast Business Hotline. Every day in business is a big day. Let Comcast Business get you ready with what's next. And he's brought to us by Landis Block. Create your very own jaw-dropping backyard paradise online at landisbc.com. From ESPN, the great Adam Schefter joins us. Schefter, good morning.
Good morning, Andrew, John, and Philadelphia.
Shefty, I'm excited to talk football with you. Today's show has been talking football with the people.
But there's a but coming.
Because we haven't gotten a chance to talk to you all week yet, let's start with the head coach and what transpired on Sunday and what transpired on Monday. Would love to know what are people around the NFL saying about Nick Serianni, Adam?
Well, it's the kind of thing you just can't do. And, I've said this, and it's not hard to grasp, but basically, the way to look at it is this. Fans are customers. They're your customers. Would you have customers walk into a restaurant, and would you, as the manager or owner of the restaurant, go back and start jawing at them? You don't like the food? Get out of here. Get out of here. Like, you don't do that.
No.
You just don't do that to the fans. I don't care what the fans say, how angry they are. I don't care how explicit they get. You know what you do? You say, hey, Big Dom, can you go over to Section 103 and tell those fans to shut the hell up?
Yeah, and that's the other thing. Like, it was interesting. He ran away from Big Dom. Big Dom didn't even realize that he was running over to the sideline.
Big Dom's asleep at the wheel, worried about his own photo shoot going on. He's there for one reason, and he loses track of the one guy that he's on the sideline to take care of. You know what he needs? He needs one of those Disney kid leashes.
Right.
For Nick Serianni.
He can't get away.
Yeah, but look, here's the problem, Adam, is we spent another week in Philadelphia not talking about the issues of this football team and where they can get better, where they've been worse. We're talking about the head coach.
Yeah. Yeah. And the fact of the matter is, should be talking about the team and how internally they know that they can play better, that they have good players who want to win, that they know they have an opportunity out in front of them. They know these things, right? And that should be the focus. And instead, we're still cleaning up a little mess left in aisle 3 that's just about cleaned up. But before we clean it up, and get on to the next game, you just got to finish cleaning it up. And that's what your city's doing right now.
Now, speaking of internally, Shefty, have you heard internally how anybody in Philadelphia may have reacted to Nick Sirianni's antics? Because let's face it, he was very chesty after the win, and then when he had his Monday press conference, he looked like he was doing a show after his dog died. So were there players that may have felt a certain type of way? Was there an owner that may have felt a certain type of way about how Sirianni acted on Sunday?
I don't know who said what, right? But it's an organization. And I don't care whether it's the owner or the GM or the VP of public relations, whoever it is. So somebody's got to say that's not the way to behave to the fans. It's just not. I mean, and I'd like to think, and maybe it happened, that even he, upon reflection, thought about it, because you can't be oblivious to all the noise around you, and was like, shouldn't have done that. God damn, shouldn't have done. Like, we all do things in life like that. Like, I've done things where a few minutes after, my gosh, shouldn't have done that, right? And so maybe it came from within, or maybe they had a conversation on Monday. I don't know how that came out, but whatever it is, whether it's the people around him or the internal voice talking to him, whoever it was recognized that that's not how you treat the customers. Sorry. Like, the customers can speak out all they want. They can be unsatisfied and unhappy with the performance and the product. Don't like it. But even Nick Serianni said, like, we love it when the fans support us. We love that. But it's not great when they boo us. Well, that's the job. That's what you sign up for.
Yeah, he didn't just say that he didn't like it. He said it was counterproductive.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I guess the city of Philadelphia is counterproductive as an existence. I mean, like at its existence, right? Like that's been going on through time,
Right?
Right? I mean,
Schefter, we have we have Saquon going to the place where he rented because it's home. He's home now. He's with us.
Yeah.
But you know how important this game must mean to him on Sunday to go back and show the Giants they made a mistake. How did the Eagles not make it so obvious that maybe they want to make this the Saquon game?
Well, the Eagles don't have to do anything. This always was going to be a Saquon game. There's a reason that we have our very own Sal Paolantonio sit down to get an exclusive with Saquon ahead of the game when it comes to playing the Giants. Saquon tells Sal it's all about business. Sal didn't even have to get a text from Saquon. He went right to the source himself to sit down to hear how this matchup was going to go. And look, from the moment we saw the Giants featured on the offseason Hard Knocks talking about Saquon, the first matchup of these teams, anybody could say whatever they want. It was always going to be about Saquon, and it will be about Saquon. And Nick Serianni thanks Saquon and the Eagles and the schedule maker for that.
Schefter, I'm curious. I'm looking at the rushing leaders right now in the NFL, and then Saquon Barkley's in the top 5. He's got the 4th most rushing yards in the NFL, and of course, part of that is because of how great he was early on. But it's amazing. He's already had his bye week. Your leading rushers are Derrick Henry, Jordan Mason, Chuba Hubbard, Saquon Barkley, Josh Jacobs. 4 of those 5 backs I would consider power backs, even though Saquon Barkley can do a million other things. Are we seeing a shift in the tide in the NFL a little bit where teams go, you know what? You can get all the small, fast linebackers you want. You can get all the small, fast cornerbacks you want. I'm going to go back to old school and get a big, beefy running back who can run you over. Is that something that offenses are starting to focus on?
Well, I think it is a copycat league, right? And I think we can see how this all works. But if you go back and look, like, again, you mentioned those names, the leading rushers with Jordan Mason and Derrick Henry, Saquon Barkley, Josh Jacobs, those are running backs who signed with new teams in the offseason, with the exception of Jordan Mason and Chuba Hubbard. So I think people will see this. And, there were running back values out there. That was the thing, that some of these teams looked at these guys, and whereas you have to spend $25+ million in a wide receiver, you can go spend $7, $8, $10 million on a running back. In Saquon's case, whatever it was, 13. But it's still half the price of a wide receiver. Half. So if a running back can bring you value like that, why not, right? I'm sure more and more people will do that.
I spent the whole summer studying Kellen Moore and telling this city how exciting it was going to be that Kellen Moore had all these toys to play with, and Saquon Barkley being a big part of it, maybe the straw that could help stir that drink. This doesn't look like the Kellen Moore offense that I've seen of his 5 years in the NFL calling plays. Any theory as to why that is? Because some are speculating that it's the head coach meddling, and some are speculating that it's the quarterback himself that's not being able to really grasp what Kellen wants to do.
I don't know why that is, and why it's not functioned at a high level the way that it should. I think the first thing I think of is, A.J. Brown's played 2 games. Devontae Smith missed time. Like, each of the receivers missed time when you're not having all the guys. I'm going to guess Dallas Goedert doesn't play this week with a hamstring injury. When you're missing guys, it's hard to run the offense. But I don't know whether the head coach has gotten involved, whether the quarterback has struggled to execute. I don't know what it is. They've got to get better across the board and up their performance. I don't have a conspiracy theory for you on this offense. Maybe it's just taking time for everybody to learn it, too. Like, you don't come in. I think we did say all along that it was going to take some time for them to pick up this offense and operate it at its highest peak level. That wasn't going to happen right away with a new offensive coordinator. So sometimes that takes time, and maybe this offense can grow into that with everybody getting back and getting healthier.
How much credit does Vic Fangio deserve to have this defense playing right now, middle of a pack. They were 30th last year, 14th so far this season. But how much credit does he get as the defensive coordinator with a very young defense playing at the level that they are?
Well, we look, you knew that Vic was going to be good. Like, Vic's an all-time coordinator.
Yeah.
Guy's tremendous at what he does. So that was never going to be an issue. But they have some deficiencies and weaknesses that they're trying to work around. And so that's not going to have, like, and I've heard, like, even on Monday, I'm doing NFL Live from MetLife Stadium, and people say, oh, the Lions should trade for Myles Garrett or Max Crosby. I've heard people say the Eagles should trade for Myles. The Browns aren't trading Myles Garrett. Like, let's stop living in this fancy football delusional world. Like, that's not happening. Do you think teams are in the business of trading away elite, Hall of Fame players? Come on. That's not happening.
I'm wondering about the fact that the Eagles got a little sent to the kiddie table yesterday. The Commanders get flexed into a primetime slot on CBS while the Birds get demoted. Is there a true changing of the guard potentially happening in the NFC East?
John, all that is all that we talked about in the offseason. I'll say to you again, how many times did I say to you, the big problem is if Jaden Daniels is what people think he can be.
Yep.
Right? I mean, I said it to you a half dozen times.
All the time.
Minimum.
You did.
Minimum. And so this is a reflection of that. That's all it is. It is the Jaden Daniels flex.
I'm just hoping Dan Quinn gets out to a big lead in the division, and then we know what happens with those.
It's the Jaden Daniels flex. They're playing the Bears that day.
Yes.
Jaden Daniels, Caleb Williams flex. It's the rookie quarterbacks 1-2 flex.
Yeah, but it's Burrow and Hurts that are sent to the kiddie table.
Right, exactly.
I mean, how far has that dropped in just 2 years?
Well, you know what? That's still an attractive matchup. Don't get me wrong, but the other one, the rookie quarterbacks, that's like a sexy matchup. It's got like a little bit of sex appeal going. It just does, like that. Those guys, they're the shiny new toys, and everybody wants to go play with them. That's all that is, and the NFL is no different. So much so that they're flexing them to the better time slot.
Schefty, last thing before we let you go, we appreciate your time as always. We've been talking about statement wins, it seems like every single week, and when is that going to come for the Eagles? And it clearly didn't happen against Cleveland, where they win by 4. You're going up against a division rival. I know those games are always tough, but it's the return of Saquon Barkley. At what point does a locker room start looking around and going, yeah, we're winning, but?
I don't think they think like that. I think that they know that they've got a job here, that they have to go win here. Look, it was a crappy win on Sunday.
Oh, yeah.
It was not exactly a reason for celebration.
Especially from the head coach.
But they won. So we move on, and now you try to see if they can play better this week and win again. Where's the game? It's in New York, this game?
Yeah, it is. Well, New Jersey.
Yeah, New Jersey. Yeah, right.
East Rutherford.
It's a road. I was there Monday night, by the way, and it was
that's a
freezing
thrill.
in that stadium. It was freezing in that. It was windy and cold, and I could not believe for whatever night that was, October 9th or whatever it was. It was really cold. But it's a road game. It's a road division game. I don't care how. I'm not looking for pretty points and style points here. Like, all you want to do is win 17-16 and move on. Stack them up and go on.
Don't say that to me, Schefty.
There you go.
I'm looking for a little bit more than 17-16 out of this high-powered offense.
Well, I'm looking for a little more than 6 points from Saquon Barkley this week on my fantasy team.
Oh, wait a minute here. Selfish Shefty's the best Shefty.
Well, then you must be excited for this matchup.
Yeah. John Mort would always say, salty Shefty is
yes.
the best Shefty.
Well, you had
salty.
hey, Mort could be salty in his own right, as you well know. God rest his soul.
Oh yeah. Where do you think I got my saltiness from? Mort.
I got a few of those texts over the years. Believe me.
Schefter, you're the man. We appreciate it so much, and we can't wait to talk to you again next week.
Thanks, Adam.
Guys, thank you. Have a great Sunday.
There he is, Adam Schefter on the Comcast Business Hotline, brought to you by Landis Block. Create your very own jaw-dropping backyard paradise online at landispc.com.
I will be with Landis Block today. Jared and I will be, he picked a bad teammate for a member tournament. So he doesn't care about winning.
So he might stop advertising after this round.
I hope not. I'm going to just try to swing the clubs well, but it's funny he talks about Mort there. I absolutely wish that I'd saved them. I had a couple. He would be part of our show every week in Atlanta, much like Schefter is here. And I got a few of them going, you've got to be the biggest moron I've ever heard about this. This thing.
Yeah.
Like he got salty. He was great.
And he was a very, very nice man.
He was.
That guy would do weekend shows here at the station for little old me, which is that says something. That says how nice of a guy he is. All right, it is time now. Usually at 8:05 because of Schefter on Wednesdays, it changes. It's time now for today's headlines with Conor Thomas.
Today's headlines with Conor Thomas.
What up,
Connor?
Connor?
You got flexed age 17.
That's all
That's
right.
good.
I got to play
prime
better.
time, right?
I got to play better. That's fine. Someone who doesn't have to play better. Guys, have you been keeping up with the hockey? Because Matvei Michkov, he made himself a storyline last night. The hockey. All right.
Mishkov.
Bottom line is we got not only the first, but the first two professional goals from Matvei Michkov here in the NHL. Here's what it sounded like from our own Tim Saunders.
Michkov tried to jam it on the short side. He scores! Matvei Michkov's first goal in the NHL. And Philadelphia on the power play takes the 1-0 lead. Back into the top of the right circle. Down low, a shot, they score! 2 on the power play for Matvei Michkov.
Saunders is so good.
Yes, he is.
And thank God, because the Edmonton TV didn't get it right. The ESPN broadcast didn't get it right. He got it right. Our own Tim Saunders. That will live in infamy because this kid's special, boys.
Yeah, generational talent. To see him perform the way that he has in 3 games already.
3 points
2 goals
in 3
yesterday.
games.
And you mentioned the power play goals, which is something they desperately needed last year.
It's awesome to watch. The puck just... He's a master with the puck. It's so much fun.
You know what else is awesome?
19.
Oh, dude, yeah, it's incredible, and I'm so excited for him. But something else that is just as awesome to watch, maybe more so, all due respect to Matvei Michkov, is the collapse of the Dallas Cowboys.
That's fun.
And Jerry Jones did a morning radio hit yesterday at a station down in Dallas.
RJ and Choppy.
He was not happy. Take a listen if you haven't heard it.
Your job isn't to let me go over all the reasons that I did something, and I'm sorry that I did it. That's not your job.
Well, my job is to ask
why.
why.
A job, or I'll get somebody else to ask these questions, man.
Jerry, we're trying to figure out why the team is.
I'm not kidding you. I'm not kidding you.
Shan and RJ do a great job, and they did a great job of standing up to the old man bully yesterday, who thinks he can wallet whip people into just sitting there and shining his shoes for him.
And we all know that
Great
person.
job, boys.
We all know that person that when they do something wrong, it's who can I get angry at?
Yep.
It's not, yeah, I did something wrong, or I did this, or I did that. No, it's like, no, you're bad at this. No, you're bad. Oh, it's that person's fault. Sometimes it's your own fault, dude.
I had multiple times in my career where an NFL owner, Arthur Blank, attempted to have me fired, complaining about my coverage of his team.
Yes.
So
Because he didn't lick the boots of the Falcons.
I applaud the boys in Dallas, and I know that's blasphemy because we hate them with every fiber of our being. But I
Somebody
applaud
clip
them.
that.
Yeah, exactly.
I applaud them standing up to the old man bully.
Yep. All right, great job, Conor. Real quick, I don't want to not mention this. Emotional night in Columbus last night.
Oh, wow.
It was the home opener for the Blue Jackets, and of course the first game without Johnny Gaudreau, who still tragically can't believe it happened, passed away this offseason. Him and his brother Matt, they passed away because of a horrible, horrible human being with road rage. But what Columbus did last night was amazing. They went out there with one player off the ice. And
the Panthers played along.
Yeah, the Panthers played along too. It's reminiscent of Kobe. Remember what they did last year?
Yes.
They ran, or a couple of years ago, they did the 24-second shot clock
And they
violation,
just let it violation.
and the 8-second, before they crossed midcourt violation. They ran 13 seconds off the clock yesterday because obviously Johnny wore the number 13. So I thought that was beautiful what Columbus did yesterday, and it's emotional. You see the fans on their feet, the referees applauding, right? Which that's kind of cool in itself that the referee showed some emotion yesterday. So credit to Columbus.
Amazing tribute. Letter.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, coming up next, we get back to our topics on hand. I also want to give you ridiculous A.J. Brown numbers.
Oh, I love ridiculous.
Ruben Frank always does great with these. A.J. Brown had another dominant performance. We obviously didn't talk about it much because of the head coach, because he made it about himself. But I have numbers for you, thanks to Ruben Frank, that compare A.J. Brown to other Eagles greats. Remember, we believe he will be the best wide receiver in the Eagles franchise history when it's all said and done. Also, I saw a tweet this morning that you guys know about. I told it to you guys, but I want to talk about with the audience. Something I never would have thought of. It involves fantasy football, and it involves death. It's Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic. Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic. If you're watching on our YouTube feed, there's probably people wondering what the hell was going on. So, full disclosure to our audience, we had a camera crew in here from ESPN's Sunday NFL Countdown. They might be doing some stuff about the Eagles-Giants matchup with Saquon. We talked about the Sal Pal. Schefter brought it up when we had him on. So we acted as natural as possible for the last hour and a half. Hopefully it came off across that way.
Well, natural for you guys is a relative term, so
That's true.
I think we're fine.
Yeah, so we've been mic'd up for the last hour and a half. We're now done, so I can go, all right.
Well, we haven't been able to
microphones
pee.
now.
Well, yeah, we haven't been able to pee.
We can't even.
Dude, I've had to pee since 7 o'clock.
Remember, you can't do that. No, you can't do that with a microphone.
No,
on.
you're mic'd up, man.
Where was the
wire on me?
What was the television show that had the person going? Oh, it's Frank Drebin in The Naked Gun. Where he's mic'd up and he's taking the pee and the whole stadium hears
you
him
hear it. Yeah,
at the urinal.
Yeah.
Yes.
So I'm sure people feel so bad for us. All right, so I saw another fascinating, Rube piece about A.J. Brown. And all the time I say to you guys, every once in a while you see things and you go, I knew it was that good, but is it really what I think it is? A.J. Brown is already nearing some of the all-time greats with 100-yard receiving games. He's already 7th all-time in the Eagles franchise history. Now, again, we have to understand that
we haven't had a storied history
when it comes to wide receiver. Yes. And also the way the NFL has changed, right? The NFL has changed so much that now all of a sudden they're not throwing the football. They're throwing the football more now than they did maybe 20, 30 years ago.
In a previous iteration of this show, I said that I thought A.J. Brown had a chance to go down as the greatest Eagle of all time.
Oh, wow. And I said before this show started, when this show started, that he will be the greatest wide receiver ever.
I think they're going hand in hand. I honestly think he's unfreaking believable. He's just unbelievable. Those numbers are crazy, though.
Yeah, I mean, he's amazing the way that he's able to just go out. I mean, he missed a couple of weeks because of hamstring injury, and you would think he's been playing all season long. Like, he just goes out there and has over 100 yards. So he's already nearing the top for the Eagles in terms of 100-yard receivings.
Who are the 100-yard receiving leaders? Obviously, we get Carmichael. Obviously, you have him on the list. Obviously, you have Deshaun Jackson on the list.
Yes, Deshaun Jackson.
Obviously, then you've got – how many did T.O. have in 1 year?
Well, that's the thing. He only had the
year.
He only had the one season. Full disclosure.
Zach Ertz?
I'm trying to find the article.
I'm figuring Zach Ertz has to have 100-yard receiving games.
The article is apparently gone.
Okay. But, I mean, it's wild.
What the hell
It is wild.
Travis Fulgham had like 3 in a row.
Yeah, he did. He did have about 3 in a row. I'll try to find this for you to give you the exact numbers. But A.J. Brown, it's just amazing how spectacular that guy has been. And the connection, even though Jalen Hurts may look at him all the time, the connection's still there. Like, it's not like defenses are slowing them down. There are times where maybe Jalen might miss another play on the field because he's looking at A.J. Brown. But odds are when he's throwing it to A.J. Brown, he's doing pretty good. And he's going to throw for at least 100 yards with one receiver. All right, real quick, and then we'll get back to all our topics today. I saw a tweet this morning that I never thought of in my life, and neither did you two.
What's that?
So, a guy tweeted out about his fantasy football league.
Which is crazy because nobody cares about your fantasy football league.
But I care about this one. Morbid moment. People die all the time, right? 365 days a year, there's going to be somebody that dies every day, 365 days a year. Death happens in January, February, March, April, May, June, July.
Mainly around here, it's October. Damn baseball team.
Death also happens in September, October, November, December. When the NFL regular season is happening. When fantasy football is happening. I never in my life thought about a fantasy football league happening, the draft happening, the season starting, and then somebody unfortunately dying during the season. So I saw a tweet, guys. This dude's team was 2-0 when he tragically passed away. He was young. It's unfortunate.
Okay.
And he died young. he obviously has not been able to set his lineups from the other side. All right? His lineups are his lineups. He's 5-0. His team is 3-0 since his passing. So my question is, what do you do if you're running a fantasy football league and somebody tragically passes away and you already did the draft, you already did the buy-in, you already did everything, and one of the guys in the league dies? And I'm not trying to make light of an unfortunate situation,
No.
but they were like, the guy that tweeted out was like, it's amazing, like he's 5-0, you know, his life continues through this league, which is a beautiful story.
Well, last year, Conor and I co-did a team because I was going through chemo.
That's true.
I wanted to participate. Conor was I hired him as my executive in charge, and we won the league. Conor could have won it all himself. I mean, if things had taken a dark turn.
They couldn't have done it without you, Johnny.
Conor would have. Conor literally did the draft with me. I was down at Icona and Avalon, and I was in bad shape. I wasn't feeling well.
Yeah.
And Conor literally, still was consulting with me on picks and everything like that.
Yeah, but not every team has an assistant GM. Not every team has an Alec Halby.
It's amazing. I think somebody in his family should take over the team, or everyone in the league needs to not set their lineup.
Yeah, that's what
and
I would
let him
do.
win.
It's just like the whole year you don't set the lineup when you play against that team to allow him to win the league. And then I'd make it to the championship, and I'd smoke him. Give me that trophy.
You'd make sure that the guy who died, you would want him to get the runner-up money?
Yeah, sure, go for it.
Now, I hate to be...
But I'm winning.
I hate to be morbid here, but I want,
No, go for it.
If you ever had a friend die in your fantasy football league, what did you guys do? 610-632-0975. No, I'm curious. I'm not trying to joke about this.
No, you're not joking about it.
No, I'm seriously. What do you do? Do you play through it? Do you man, he's got 4 guys in a bye week this week. Looks like it's an easy win for me.
No,
or do you bench 4 guys? Or do you completely bench it? I don't know what you do. Now, if we did a buy-in, I would think that the money goes to maybe a family member or a spouse or somebody.
Can I say to you that if anything ever happened to me, I would want my friends to go about life normally.
So you would want the fantasy football league to continue?
I would want them to smoke me.
So you would...
Yes. I would want my lineup to stay set, which, by the way, has won in some weeks since the young man passed.
Every week. He's undefeated.
Okay, I would absolutely, but people aren't throwing the games against me.
Right.
I would absolutely want someone like Conor competing against me that would say, hey, John would not want me to roll over and just give him the win. I would do it. I would want everybody to try to still beat me.
Now, what's up with John's team? This guy stinks.
Let me ask you.
If I sent you a request for a trade, be spooked as hell.
Now, I'm not trying to be sacrilegious.
You're not.
So let's say that unfortunately were to happen, John.
Okay.
And you and I are facing each other. It's week 8, right?
Right.
And I go to Sunday Mass. I'm in a pew.
Right.
And it's time to say a prayer. I do the sign of the cross. Hey, Johnny. What up, bitch?
No, I'd be fine with it.
What up, bitch?
Yeah.
You're going down today.
Yes. I'd be fine with it. I absolutely would.
Is that what I do?
You know what is? Look, we all love Bob. Bob was part of our family here. Bob Cooney was the greatest.
Yes.
Pat too. Pat was the greatest. And they treated me absolutely normal every single day.
Yes.
And
Well,
I
and
asked
that's
them,
what
and
you
everybody
want. That's
around,
what you wanted.
and everybody
Yeah.
around here treated me absolutely normally, even when it didn't look good or wasn't feeling good. I want everybody to go about business. So that guy, try to beat him.
All right, coming up next, we always check at the NFL.com power rankings. Where are the Eagles in the minds of the least biased national power rankings? We look at that next, but we have had some callers already call in about moments in fantasy football where a person in the league
That's
passed away.
unbelievable. I can't wait to hear them.
I need to know what you do. Fortunately, I hope the rest of the season I don't have to worry about that in the league that I commission, but I wonder what you do. So we have people that can tell us their story. It's Kincade Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Now, a Birds Insider update on 97.5 The Fanatic.
Turn that down.
All right, my bad.
Crying out loud. You know, I love Haley, who is
she's awesome.
Who is our YouTube producer. Obviously, the Adam Schefter interviews posted right away on YouTube because of the great work that she does. But she's not a great vetter of screenshots.
I don't understand.
So we got into the conversation of, what do you do if somebody passes away in your fantasy football league? There's a tweet that went viral.
Right.
A guy's league, there was a guy that was 2-0 in the league and tragically passed away. And, so what do you do? And the guy's won 3 straight weeks, and they're not letting him win. His team's that good. So they're 5-0, right? And the question is, what do you do? So a couple people chimed in on our YouTube feed. And this is the reason why I don't look at you mother fathers anymore, as my friend Anthony would say. Right in the middle of the screenshot. Chunas is such a douche.
Well,
what did I do?
Well, it's just feedback. Learn from the feedback.
Great. That's great.
Yeah, it's just a general vibe.
That's constructive criticism.
And look, what's great is, as we always know, the YouTube community is always about being uplifting.
Yes.
And positive.
Yeah. If you're ever having a down bad day, you go, you know what? I know what will cheer me up. Let me look at these YouTube comments.
Yes, I mean it would absolutely make you smile.
And or John, if you're having too good of a day and you're going, you know what?
It'll take you down a notch.
I need to be brought back down to
yes,
earth
absolutely.
here.
It'll take you down.
All right, so we have a couple people chiming in on the phones, and let me make this clear for a second because I have a lot of people tweeting in going, you obviously give the money to the family. That's what I said. I'm talking about just the the game itself. Obviously, the money goes to.
Well, wait a minute.
What?
Wait a minute.
What?
That's not a blanket statement.
Yeah, it's not obvious.
Look, I promise you this: if I was in a fantasy football league like last year with you guys, the money doesn't have to go to Christina. You don't know the circumstance.
Well, no,
this guy may not have any money issues.
Okay.
He may have been single and have nothing to worry about.
All right. Well, we got a couple people who have had this happen to them.
That's
so let's go to John in Fairmount. John, you're on 97.5 The Fanatic.
Hey, good morning, guys.
What's up, John?
How you doing?
Yeah, so this was 11 years ago.
Okay.
But 2012, he passed away right in the beginning of the season. They actually had a really good team, so he made the playoffs, got all the way to the championship, and then in the championship, whoever was going against them didn't set their lineup to let them win.
Okay.
We gave the money to his little brother.
And that's beautiful.
See, yeah.
That's a beautiful thing. So let me ask you, during the season, did people not set their lineups against his team, or did you just keep playing as if he was still there?
We kept playing as if he was still there. He had a solid team. I mean, there were a couple bye weeks that kind of threw things off, but like I said, he made it all the way to the championship.
I love your thought process and kindness.
And thanks for the call, John.
But
That's awesome.
I'm going to tell you flat out, I would never want that person. I would want my friends to compete,
right,
and try to beat my ass.
All right,
I would not want some symbolic thing like that.
We're not going to spend the rest of the show on this.
No.
Let's get a couple more. It's funny that I never thought of it, and right away when I bring it up, we have people that have had it. Let's go to Chris in Allentown. What's up, Chris?
Good morning, guys. Shout out to Scotty Horlocker. That's my friend who passed away. Love the man to death. I've known him since I was 12 years old. He ended up passing away in October. We had a 10-man league. I was the commissioner of the league, so I ended up taking over his team.
Okay.
Just kind of switching out the buys and stuff like that. I was kind of like, hey, what would Scotty do here? And he was a diehard Eagles fan, so he had all the Eagles that year, too. That was a Super Bowl run. And we got into the playoffs, so we agreed as a league that because it was a 10-man roster, we had a 10-man league, we were missing a guy. We dropped the guy out. I'm getting a little emotional about this.
No, I understand it. Awesome. I mean, he's your friend, and I totally get it. So you managed his team.
Yes, sir. I managed his team. Just on bye weeks. I didn't do anything else. Left the lineup the same. Just when we had bye weeks, stuff like that, guys were out of the roster spot.
Right.
Them in, or injuries, stuff like that. And then when we got in the playoffs, we sat one of our guys out of the roster because we were missing a guy in our league. So it's like, you're missing a guy in your roster. He ended up winning, and we gave all the money from the league to his younger brother, actually.
That's beautiful.
And that's all the money. Because we do, points against, first, second, division, stuff like that. So all the money from the league went right to his family.
That's beautiful, Chris. And that's cool. And it's a great way to honor your friend, Scott. We appreciate it, man. That is. And look, we had our first caller said they didn't do anything to the lineup. Chris managed the lineup. So what did Andrew and Kutztown do? What's up, Andrew?
Hey, yeah. So my buddy Wayne that was in the Marine Corps, we both got injured, and we went to, they have something called the Wounded Warrior Battalion. It's not associated with the foundation, but
okay.
So like as we were getting out, I got him into Madden. He was always the Saints, and I was always the Steelers because I was originally from Pittsburgh, and I'd smoke him every time. And if I would have ever let him win, he would have been pissed. So I ran laps on this guy, and then I got him to play fantasy football too. And we were all Marines. We all knew each other.
Yeah.
Most of us had deployed together. And then, he drafted actually pretty well. And then he passed away, unfortunately, before he got out. He was pretty injured and had a lot of other stuff going on. And so, we definitely, we wanted it to feel like he was still there. And he had a good lineup, so we kept playing him like he was still there. And then, but then bye weeks and injuries started coming. And we're like, well, what do we do? And we knew what we had to do. And we smoked his ass. And we got into chat. And I was like, Wayne, you suck at fantasy football more than I suck at anything I can think about. And we just talked shit to the chat, and we figured maybe he's out there, maybe you could see it.
Yeah.
And it was a 12-man league. We only had $20 in each winner take all.
Yeah.
That's still awesome, though. That's it. That is absolutely. That's absolutely.
And Andrew,
awesome.
we thank you for your service.
Thank you,
and
Andrew.
of course, the life of Wayne. We appreciate the call, man, and we appreciate everybody's stories. Never thought of that.
No, but that's a interesting story.
And then I see that tweet, and we've had right away 3 different people just chime in, right, and all 3 different stories. We let it ride. I managed this team, and we talk crap. 3 different stories. It's unbelievable. The power of radio, man. It's amazing. All right, coming up next, we'll tell you where the Eagles are at in the NFL.com power rankings. We have our 5 best minutes of Adam Schefter, which comes your way at 9:10. And we'll continue our topics today about the Eagles and also the Phillies. I'm curious, are people okay that Rob Thompson's back? Answer that question for us on the text line or the phone line, 610-632-0975. It's Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Fanatic Sports Update.
A milestone.
is 9:02 on Kincade Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic on this Wednesday morning. I finally had the A.J. Brown numbers because I was horrible at my job, and that's why I couldn't find it. Reuben Frank, want to give him credit, NBC Sports Philadelphia. A.J. Brown, his 40-yard catch from Jalen Hurts in the final moments that clinched the win, gave him 116 yards. So that put him over the century mark. That was his 14th 100-yard performance as an Eagle. He writes, incredibly, despite playing only 36 games in an Eagles uniform, he's tied for 7th most. So I had the 7 correct. But in just 36 games. So he's behind Pete Retzlaff, who has 23, which is actually kind of amazing because that's way back in the day. Pete Retzlaff has 23 100-yard performances, so A.J. Brown is 9 back of him.
Macklin's got to be in there.
Hold on. Mike Quick is 21. Deshaun Jackson is 21. Carmichael is 20. McDonald is 17. Pete Pihos is 14. So, no.
Ooh.
Wow.
So he has tied Pete Pihos, who, by the way, did it in 95 games. A.J. Brown's done it in 36. Tommy McDonald did it 17 times, so A.J. Brown could catch him this year with three more 100-yard receiver games.
His son, Chris, big listener to the show. Chris, if you're listening.
Shout out to Chris McDonald. And then Harold Carmichael is 20. So there is a chance he could catch Harold Carmichael this year, too. That's 6 more games. Which, remember, last year he did it in 7 in a row. So there's a chance. But what's amazing, Rube adds this, only Justin Jefferson and Tyreek Hill with 16 each have more 100-yard games than A.J. Brown since the start of the 2022 season. That's amazing. He's
missed some games.
He's a top 3 wide receiver in the NFL.
And in 22, he had how many fourth quarters off?
Yeah, good point.
Maybe 5, 6?
Yeah. Missed time last year.
Missed time this year. He's unfreaking believable.
And he's going to pass Tyreek Hill because Hill's not getting the production with the injury to Tua Tagovailoa. And, we'll see how the Sam Darnold, Justin Jefferson thing continues.
And, we're talking A.J. But what's really incredible is that even with A.J. getting all this pub, Devontae Smith is still one of the best wide receivers in the game.
Yes, he is.
And there was no ego with either one of them. They signed the extensions in the offseason. They chose to say, Devontae was like, no, I want to play here with my boy.
Yeah.
It's so well done. Now, just take care of business.
Yeah, so how in the world are they messing it up?
That's what I'm saying. Because you know what they're doing? They're not running Kellen Moore's offense.
That could be it.
They're not. It's not Kellen Moore's offense. And anyone who has studied it, like a astute football mind like mine, knows that they are not running Kellen Moore's offense.
Did you realize? I didn't realize this. I think Serianni may have said it in his press conference post-game when it wasn't about his antics and he wasn't being a weirdo. The Eagles were only in the red zone one time last week.
That's crazy.
Because the touchdown of Devontae was, 30-plus yards.
I don't think either team was in the red zone in the first half or something.
No,
I forget what
and
it
the
was.
Browns were only in the red zone twice.
Right.
But the Eagles were only in the red zone one time. So I don't know what the problem is. How can you have a quarterback throw for 260 yards, no interceptions, and you're only in the red zone one time? Like it's
almost unbelievable that could happen.
Obviously, the one touchdown was, they didn't get into the red zone. He scored, but it's still kind of amazing.
Yeah.
All right.
Great job on Reuben Frank's part there.
Always. So we got our 5 best minutes of Adam.
But
why?
He still. I don't know. He does, but he does not like me. But he's not friendly to me. But he is.
Is this a cry for help?
But he's really great. He's really. I read his stuff every week. Saw Dave Zangaro the other day. I'm like, dude, how you doing? Because I'm like, how many times do you get great stuff from Dave Zangaro?
Always.
They have a great crew.
Yes,
they
do. Maybe you should play hard to get. Read less of his stuff. And then
stop.
I can't do that. And Dave Zangaro can't be more warm and welcoming.
Right.
Rube just looks at me like I pooped on his lawn.
Maybe you did one day.
I don't know what I did.
Adam Schefter's 5 best minutes comes your way at 9:10.
You didn't expect that, little.
No, I did not. So the NFL.com power rankings, the least biased of all the power rankings.
And we agree on that.
Yes. Panthers still dead last, by the way, at 32. That has not changed. By the way, the Browns haven't changed either. They're 30th. So the third worst team in terms of power rankings took you down to the wire last weekend.
Okay.
I just want to remind you
minute.
guys.
I don't know if I call it taking it down
I just
to
want
the
to
wire.
remind
The
you guys.
Panthers, they did take us down to the wire.
Yeah, dude.
It was tied with 6 minutes to go.
Dude, if they
we were up by 3 with 6 minutes.
If they don't get that false start and they go for it in the end zone and they score, it's a tie ball game, dude.
I gotcha. It didn't ever feel like they were getting
Yes,
taken
it
down.
did.
Didn't it?
That building was so quiet.
Yeah, you know what? I saw a lot of that.
That building was so nervous.
I saw that on social media. Oh, the score doesn't tell you the real story. The Eagles dominated the Browns. No,
it did
didn't,
not.
dude.
No,
they
it did
didn't.
not.
Well, I'm not saying that either.
That's a complete fallacy, and everybody in that building was ready to pee themselves.
Yeah.
How nervous they were.
So, good news, bad news.
Okay.
The Eagles barely beat the 30th ranked Browns. They're now playing the 23rd ranked New York Giants.
How
this
much
weekend.
did it cost them, though?
Who, the Eagles?
Yes.
I'll tell you that in a second as I scroll up. San Francisco 14th, by the way, climbing up 4 spots, a team to keep an eye on. Your Philadelphia Eagles are 12th. So they dropped the spot. So for all the people,
think that's deserved.
For all the a win is a win people, they dropped them a spot in the power rankings. Do power rankings ultimately matter? No, they do not.
No, they do not. But
it's how the league views the Eagles.
absolutely, sure.
And despite winning, the Eagles drop a spot, the 12th in the power rankings. This is what they wrote about them. How much did we really learn about Sunday's win over the Browns? We certainly learned that A.J. Brown makes a difference, catching 6 balls for 116 yards and a touchdown in his return to the field. There were also nice contributions from Grant Calcaterra, subbing in for an injured Dallas Goedert, and Cooper DeJean, the rookie defensive back who took Avonte Maddox's nickel spot Sunday and seemed to thrive in the role. All these things,
they're real.
Spot on.
Yes.
But the Eagles still struggled to put away a limited Browns team in Philly, needing a few Cleveland penalties and a late deep pass to A.J. Brown to close it out. They're 3-2 now, but have been outscored on the season, largely thanks to opponents' 23-0 first quarter scoring advantage. Yep, we're 5 games into the Eagles season, and they haven't scored in the first 15 minutes in any of them.
Inexplicable. And this is the week that ends. But it's yeah, this is the week it ends.
I hope so.
They're going to do it this
By
week.
the way, the Commanders are 8th. They did drop 2 spots because of their loss, but they are 8th. Your top 5 that they have in the NFL right now, Lions at 5. They dropped 2 spots.
Lions are 5?
They dropped.
Hang on.
They
Wait a minute.
beat the Cowboys.
Who are 4 better than the Lions? Who are the 4 better than the Lions?
The 5-1 Houston Texans.
No, they're not. No, they're not.
Oh, you're Mr.
But they're not.
Their record, they have
They're
one
not-
more win than the Lions.
They're not better than the Lions.
Ah, so he's becoming
pretty
No,
good
they
team.
haven't had
He's
the same.
becoming us,
No, they
Connor.
haven't had the same amount of games.
Right, I know.
So you can't count
So
that.
it's the Chiefs, the Texans, the Vikings, and the Ravens.
The Vikings are not better than the Lions, and they'll show it.
Vikings are number 1.
The Vikings are going to be down this week. The Lions are going to beat
This
their
is
ass.
what we've been saying.
We've had this argument with you for like 5 weeks, and now all of a sudden you have just flipped completely.
Because they're together. They're right there together. And plus, quality of victory matters. When 2 teams are really close, they played one less game. The quality of victory matters.
Well,
and they go
how
out there and they're
quality's-
dominating.
How quality's the Cowboys?
They're dominating teams. They're tough. They're tough, man.
So they have the Vikings at 1, the Chiefs at 2, Ravens at 3, Texans at 4, Lions at 5.
I have no problem with the Chiefs and the Ravens. None.
I don't disagree with you about the Lions, but
No
what I'm
problem.
saying is you're saying what we've been saying.
No, it's not, because when it's that close, it matters. It's just you can't just say that when it's not that close. We have data now. We have 5 weeks. The Minnesota Vikings, I've said it before, I'll say it again, and Connor's family will hate me for it. I picked them for last place in the division. I'd be willing to check the odds today to bet them to finish last in the division now.
I don't think they're going to finish.
I know. I'm willing. I'd be willing to put $10 on it right now.
They're undefeated.
If
they
I could
deserve
put-
to be in that spot.
If I could put them in,
Or
now.
John's point, the Bears and Packers are just 2 games back.
No, I
Or, sorry,
understand.
two losses back.
And I'm going to right now. I would bet that at the end of the year, the Minnesota Vikings will be the last place team in their division.
Okay.
Still today, and I'm saying it with my chest.
All right, we're going to play our 5 best minutes of Adam Schefter. Of course, you can hear it on our YouTube feed, 975thefanatic.com as well. Connor, let us know if we get any texts on the Thompson question. Are you happy that Rob Thompson's back?
I'm fine with it.
We are, but you know people want heads.
No, I got you. But I wanted others.
Well,
I wanted others.
The biggest name is Rob Thompson. Are you happy that he's back? We'll get to that in a couple of minutes at 610-632-0975.
Give you a little preview. People are not.
All right.
They're not.
So we'll hear those in about 5 minutes following our 5 best minutes of Adam Schefter. From ESPN, the great Adam Schefter joins us. Shefty, good morning.
Good morning, Andrew, John, and Philadelphia.
Shefty, I'm excited to talk football with you. Today's show has been talking football with the people.
But there's a but coming.
Because we haven't gotten a chance to talk to you all week yet, let's start with the head coach and what transpired on Sunday and what transpired on Monday. Would love to know what are people around the NFL saying about Nick Serianni, Adam?
Well, it's the kind of thing you just can't do. And, I've said this, and it's not hard to grasp, but basically, the way to look at it is this. Fans are customers. They're your customers. When you have customers walk into a restaurant, and when you, as the manager or owner of the restaurant, go back and start jawing at them, you don't like the food? Get out of here. Get out of here. Like, you don't do that.
No.
You just don't do that to the fans. I don't care what the fans say, how angry they are. I don't care how explicit they get. You know what you do? You say, hey, Big Dom, can you go over to Section 103 and tell those fans to shut the hell up?
Yeah, and that's the other thing. Like, it was interesting. He ran away from Big Dom. Big Dom didn't even realize that he was running over to the sideline.
Big Dom's asleep at the wheel, worried about his own photo shoot going on. Here's the problem, Adam, is we spent another week in Philadelphia not talking about the issues of this football team and where they can get better, where they've been worse. We're talking about the head coach.
Yeah, and the fact of the matter is, should be talking about the team and how internally they know that they can play better, that they have good players who want to win, that they know they have an opportunity out in front of them. They know these things, right? And that should be the focus. And instead, we're still cleaning up a little mess left in aisle 3 that's just about cleaned up. But before we clean it up, and get on to the next game, you just got to finish cleaning it up. And that's what your city's doing right now.
Now, speaking of internally, Shefty, have you heard internally how anybody in Philadelphia may have reacted to Nick Sirianni's antics? Because let's face it, he was very chesty after the win. And then when he had his Monday press conference, he looked like he was doing a show after his dog died. So were there players that may have felt a certain type of way? Was there an owner that may have felt a certain type of way about how Sirianni acted on Sunday?
I don't know who said what, right? But it's an organization. And I don't care whether it's the owner or the GM or the VP of public relations, whoever it is. So somebody's got to say that's not the way to behave to the fans. It's just not. I mean, and I'd like to think, and maybe it happened, that even he, upon reflection, thought about it, because you can't be oblivious to all the noise around you, and was like, shouldn't have done that. Damn, shouldn't have done. Like, we all do things in life like that. Like, I've done things where a few minutes after, my gosh, shouldn't have done that, right? And so maybe it came from within, or maybe they had a conversation on Monday. I don't know how that came out. But whatever it is, whether it's the people around him or the internal voice talking to him, whoever it was recognized that that's not how you treat the customers. Sorry. Like, the customers can speak out all they want. They can be unsatisfied and unhappy with the performance and the product. Don't like it. But even Nick Serianni said, we love it when the fans support us. We love that. But it's not great when they boo us. Well, that's a job. That's what you sign up for.
Yeah, he didn't just say that he didn't like it. He said it was counterproductive.
Well, I mean, I guess the city of Philadelphia is counterproductive at its existence, right? Like, that's been going on through time.
Right.
Shefty, we have Saquon going to the place where he rented because it's home. He's home now. He's with us.
Yeah.
But you know how important this game must mean to him on Sunday to go back and show the Giants they made a mistake. How did the Eagles not make it so obvious that maybe they want to make this the Saquon game?
Well, the Eagles don't have to do anything. This always was going to be a Saquon game. There's a reason that we have our very own Sal Palantonio sit down to get an exclusive with Saquon ahead of the game when it comes to playing the Giants. Saquon tells Sal it's all about business. Sal didn't even have to get a text from Saquon. He went right to the source himself to sit down to hear how this matchup was going to go. And look, from the moment we saw the Giants featured on the offseason Hard Knocks talking about Saquon, the first matchup of these teams, anybody could say whatever they want. It was always going to be about Saquon, and it will be about Saquon. And Nick Sirianni thanks Saquon and the Eagles and the schedule maker for that.
I spent the whole summer studying Kellen Moore and telling this city how exciting it was going to be that Kellen Moore had all these toys to play with, and Saquon Barkley being a big part of it, maybe the straw that could help stir that drink. This doesn't look like the Kellen Moore offense that I've seen of his 5 years in the NFL calling plays. Any theory as to why that is? Because some are speculating that it's the head coach meddling, and some are speculating that it's the quarterback himself that's not being able to really grasp what Kellen wants to do.
I don't know why that is. and why it's not functioned at a high level the way that it should. Again, I think the first thing I think of is, A.J. Brown's played 2 games. Devontae Smith missed time. Like, each of the receivers missed time when you're not having all the guys. I'm going to guess Dallas Goedert doesn't play this week with a hamstring injury. When you're missing guys, it's hard to run the offense. But I don't know whether the head coach has gotten involved, whether the quarterback has struggled to execute. I don't know what it is. They've got to get better across the board and up their performance. I don't have a conspiracy theory for you on this offense. Maybe it's just taking time for everybody to learn it, too. You don't come in. I think we did say all along that it was going to take some time for them to pick up this offense and operate it at its highest peak level. That wasn't going to happen right away with a new offensive coordinator. So sometimes that takes time, and maybe this offense can grow into that with everybody getting back and getting healthier.
All right, there's our 5 best minutes of Adam Schefter. You can hear the entire interview on 975thefanatic.com, or you can check it out on our YouTube page. We always love our Wednesday conversations with Schefter.
He was playful today.
Yes, he was. It's like he knew that there were people from ESPN here.
He was like feeling good this morning, which is great.
Connor, you gave us a little teaser. So I asked the question, how are we feeling that Rob Thompson's back? I'm okay with it. You're okay with it. Connor's okay with it. But I have a sense that there aren't many people that are okay with it. And apparently the text line is not.
No, I wouldn't say they are, because we've got our first text here on Rob Thompson saying, on the topper subject, devastated that he's back.
Wow.
He has created a lackluster culture in the clubhouse. Example, rolling Walker out for scheduled losses. If you're okay with him being back, you're okay with wasting the championship window.
Now, my one thing with the Walker situation, I hated it. And I thought it was embarrassing to the organization to do it. If you're Rob Thompson, sometimes we have to look at it from Rob Thompson's point of view. All right, I can roll out Walker. I can try the 6 other guys we trotted out there that didn't work. I know who was the local.
Colby Allard worked.
Yes, and that's the one that I would have.
You're talking about Tyler Phillips.
Tyler Phillips. He was great for 2 outings, and then
he had a complete game.
Yeah, and then
complete game shutout,
and then he fell off. Right, so it's like you can keep on trying that, or you can hope, knowing that Taijuan Walker was not going to pitch in the playoffs. Maybe he finds something.
I was assured, too, that I was incorrect if I assumed that Rob Thompson didn't make the call to pitch Taijuan Walker. I was incorrect because I assumed it had to come from the front office. And I was told that I was incorrect.
That it was
That
Rob
it was
Thompson.
still his option.
Yep.
And that he thought this was the way to handle it. That was a huge miscalculation.
Well, for all that it annoyed us, what did it cost him?
Nothing.
Literally nothing.
Well, no. See, I think the malaise that set in with the Phillies down the stretch absolutely had something to do
because you punted every fifth day.
With all those scheduled losses that they just said, we don't care about competing
so
today.
They didn't hit in the postseason because Taijuan Walker started every 5th game?
That's what I'm going to say
the mentality
to you. It's
is
what
John's saying.
Dave Dombrowski yesterday. And I love Dave Dombrowski, so I feel terrible with this because I really do. I'm thrilled that he runs our organization.
Yeah.
Yesterday was the worst I've ever heard him. And I can't believe for 1 second that he said, about the loss to the Mets. Yeah, you just have a bad run. You hit a little bad stretch.
It was a long
You had a bad stretch for 4 months, 3.5 months. Stop it with the bad stretch. That's not what happened. They had a bad stretch from June. Stop it. You were a 500 baseball team for 3.5 months.
I thought he was pretty spot on
That's
with a lot of the stuff he
That's
said.
not a bad stretch, 3.5 months.
All right, we have a lot of texts still about Topper, so we'll get to those. Also, it seems like we got some news on Paul George. Not great news, but sigh relief news for Paul George.
You're waiting to exhale?
Of course, with a guy with injury history. We'll tell you what happened yesterday when the news came out. Next, it's Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic. 30 on Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic. We'll get back to our Rob Thompson texts in a couple of minutes. But real quick, the Paul George news comes out yesterday. Sham Charania of ESPN tweeted out that it was just a bone bruise, no structural damage to his left knee. He'll be reevaluated in 1 week, so 6 days from today. And that's I
heard a little juicy thing on that, by the way.
What'd you hear?
Not on Paul George, on Shams. That maybe that was the guy that they wanted, and they sort of worked an exit for two personalities to be able to bring Shams in. You know how they've been cutting costs at Disney.
Oh yeah.
So looks like that could have been the part of that. You get rid of Zach Lowe goes.
Yeah. Which is a shame because
Zach Lowe is excellent.
He's a
brilliant he'll be picked up.
Mind.
He'll be picked up.
Yeah, everyone's saying he's going to go to the Ringer.
I think he's going to be fantastic.
If we're doing odds.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure they'll be okay.
Yeah,
like
Zach
retiring.
Lowe's be fine.
No, I'm sure. No, I'm sure.
But listen, when you could ship the Shams K Adams power couple, you got to go do it.
Damn right you
yes.
can. All right, one other thing. I didn't realize that this was official. You guys told me about it this morning, that Tom Brady is officially
an owner yesterday.
A part owner of the Raiders. And so now his job is crazily affected by it.
He can't do the job anymore. Honestly,
he's going to.
He should step. Absolutely, Fox is doing a disservice to the audience.
Yeah, but they don't care.
By having Tom Brady as an analyst.
They're saying, are you watching America's Game of the Week? All right.
Yeah, but are you watching it when it was a guy who actually did the job?
Oh, I think they'd watch it if it was you and me.
I think so, too. They'd ridicule us.
Yeah.
But we'd be – no, I mean, he's not allowed to watch practice.
Yeah, I have the restrictions. Not permitted to be in a facility. Not just watch practice. He can't even step foot in the facility. Not permitted to witness practice. Not permitted to attend broadcast production meetings either in person or virtually. Prohibited from publicly criticizing game officials and other clubs. So if an official makes a bad call, you don't normally hear the color analyst totally rip.
Not totally rip, but he's not allowed to critique at all.
He can't be like, "Oh, that was a missed call." Like, can he say
bad.
missed call? Like, what can he say?
It's bad.
Then obviously subject to the NFL's gambling policy and subject to the NFL's anti-tampering policy, which, no surprise there. But from the job standpoint, like, he literally can't do 90% of it. The 10%'s game day.
And by the way, Kevin Burkhart's affected by it.
Well, yeah, because he has to kind of
he has to
tell him everything.
Like, I mean, it's not right. It's not right. He should not be doing. He honestly should not be doing that job. I do not think he's been bad at it.
No.
But I honestly don't think he's been any wow.
No.
Breath of fresh air.
Part of the wow is when you hear Troy randomly say, yeah, when we sat down with Coach Serianni during the week, he said this. And you go, oh, interesting. And you jot that down for our purposes, right? Like, I know a normal Eagles fan's not jotting that stuff down. We jot it down for show purposes.
Sure.
Brady can't go, oh, I sat down with Matt LaFleur. Like,
he can't.
He can't. He literally can't.
I mean, it makes no sense that he is in that job.
No.
And honestly, it should be rectified.
It's not going to be.
But it should be.
But it's not going to be.
It should be.
All right, what do we have on Rob Thompson there, Connor? And we'll get the text on our other topics today as well. We got into our discussion about the Eagles is, are we talking about a good football team or not? When it comes to talking football, are we talking about a good team or not? 610-632-0975.
Sean from Levittown checks in on Topper and says, Topper, I think, should have been back. We should listen to offers in the offseason for the outfielders. Getting another starter, I believe, is big. I would also let Estevez walk and grab a dominant closer, but none of these fall under the responsibility of the manager. I think Topper deserved another season.
By the way, Dombrowski was pretty clear about not keeping both Estevez and Hoffman. And he also said he doesn't know what the payroll is this year. I don't remember what the comment was last year or 2 years ago, but I feel
I do. That we have flexibility.
Because remember,
but within reason.
Within reason, okay.
Was last year.
That's what he said this year, too. He said, I don't have any reason to expect us not to have an aggressive payroll again.
Okay.
Yeah, I didn't hear the flexibility part, though, is that the last 2 years that's been part of it.
Well, look,
that means to
let's
me,
face it, there's one name.
Payroll close to it.
There's one name. There's $500 million man Juan Soto.
They're not getting Juan Soto.
I don't think that they're going to either.
There is zero chance Not that you're getting a guy who is going to make $20 million more than Bryce Harper. Bryce Harper is not. Bryce Harper was pissed last year that he said he wasn't paid enough money.
I think, with all due respect, John, this is crazier than Trey Turner is the worst contract in baseball.
Bryce Harper wants to win.
Bryce Harper wanted a pay raise last year. So he is not going to be. Money concerns him. It's a concern. He had 9 years left on a contract and he wanted to renegotiate.
Right, but you're telling me the guy that's willing to share his spotlight with any star player who wants to come to Philadelphia is going to decide that the best free agent available, maybe in his prime at any point, like Bryce Harper will never have another opportunity for a player that good to play with him. And he's going to say, because he's going to make $20 million more than me, don't come to Philly?
He's not. No, I don't think he's going to say don't come to Philly. I think he is going to. There will be an issue if he is paid $20 million less than Juan Soto.
There absolutely will not be.
There absolutely
All right, then I'll say
will
this.
be.
And if the issue is they restructure his contract, they restructure his contract.
Well, then you'd be talking about restructuring his contract and signing Soto at a king's ransom at $500 million.
Cool.
It's not
I don't
happening,
care about
boys.
the luxury
We can
tax.
talk.
Ain't
We can
my
talk
money,
all the
baby.
fantasy baseball we want. It's not happening. And the Mets and the Yankees aren't going to let him out of the. They're not going to let him out of the 5 boroughs.
Ultimately, I don't think he leaves New York.
They're not letting him out of the boroughs because if the Yankees aren't ponying up, the Mets will.
Dude, the Yankees could very well win the World Series. They're not going to.
He's not going.
They're not going to let him walk. But I don't.
Whoa! If they won't pay him, he absolutely is a guy who's already.
They're going to.
They're gonna. If they win the World Series, they're paying Juan Soto.
If they don't pay him, that would be organizational malpractice on their part.
I would agree with you, but it's not. Talking about Yankees payroll, the Yankees people who cover the team on a daily basis will tell you they do not. It's not the days of George Steinbrenner. It's different now. They don't have the same flexibility that they once did.
It would be organizational malpractice.
I agree with you.
They'll burn that stadium to the ground.
They don't keep them. Yeah, they're gonna have to build a new Yankee Stadium. There's gonna be a third generation of Yankee Stadium. All right, what else do we have on the text line, Connor? I know we've been pretty busy the last hour and a half of the show. But our initial topic today was about the Eagles. And when we talk about them as a football team, are we talking about them as a good football team? What do we got?
All right, Charlie from Linwood says the Eagles are doomed with a coach like Nick Serianni. The offense is very talented, but the defense is way too green. Mistakes will be made during important moments. Also, Produce Junction is a pro move for pumpkins.
Damn right. It's
I forgot we talked about
Produce
that.
Junction has some really good
cheap,
stuff.
Man, I don't know why you were anti-Produce Junction.
No,
at first.
I'm anti the fact that you don't carve pumpkins.
I've only carved a pumpkin once in my life.
All right, pumpkins. Why don't we get back to what do you think about the whole the Eagles defense?
The only thing
is
is
too
when
green?
he says the Eagles defense is too green, that might be, but that's not been the case so far. So far, you're 3-2 and have looked like a 3-2 football team, if not worse, because of your offense. It has not been because of the defense. So when we talk about this football team and people are happy that they're 3-2 and people do the whole winning is hard in the NFL, Nick Sirianni will be the first one to tell you, is winning hard in the NFL because it's hard to win in the NFL? Yeah, probably. Is it also hard in the NFL when your offense is doing nothing? That's what's making it so hard for the Eagles. The defense has not been the problem.
The defense has certainly not been any issue at all.
And for the majority of people that said calm down your expectations, which we heard a lot of it during the offseason, to everybody's credit, I can't give you too much credit when you said it's because of the defense they'd be struggling, and that's not been the case.
There were a lot of people that will then say, but we did say they thought Jalen Hurts was a problem. And Jalen has to change that talking point.
You know how I feel about him. I think he's a good quarterback that's not elite. Like,
I know where you're at.
I also don't think there's many elite quarterbacks in the NFL.
And I spent all summer telling you he's going to have his best year ever, and I'm still holding out hope. Holding out hope.
Yardage-wise, he's a quarter of the way there.
No, he is, but I'm...
Interceptions-wise, he's a quarter of the way there, too.
Well, no, I'm not worried about that. I'm just saying yardage and touchdowns and everything, I'm hoping for more.
How many touchdowns? 6 touchdown passes?
Hoping for more.
I'm asking, is it 6? I think it's 6.
Yeah, I think it's
6 touchdowns.
It's 6.
So you said
He needs 30. 30, 4,500. I said 30, 4,500. The 30 looks like it's going to end up being the problem.
Yeah, the 4,500s, there's a chance, especially when they're not blowing out any teams, so he has to be in the game every single quarter. Give us one more text, Connor.
I'd first of all cash out that bet there, Johnny, but also we have someone checking in to talk about the Kurt Warner tweet, which you had brought up earlier, where Kurt Warner was bringing up the quarterback.
Yes.
It says, we've had 3 different coordinators in the last 4 years. The one year we didn't was the year that Nick gave up play calling and Hurts was MVP before he got hurt. The only common denominator is Hurts and Nick. Let's give Hurts a pass until Nick has his hands off this offense.
I can't give Hurts a pass for struggling. I can give Hurts a pass with maybe the way when you say this isn't Kellen Moore's offense,
It's not.
It's one of two reasons why it's not. I'm willing to say I'm looking at Nick before Jalen because of Nick Serianni scoffing at the media last year when pre-snap motion was brought up. I've not heard Jalen Hurts ever say, I don't like throwing over the middle of the field. I've never heard him say, I don't like taking the ball under center. I've never heard him say it.
You've never heard him say it, but coaches have determined at the collegiate and pro level that they hardly ever have him do that.
Right. But all I know is I know Nick Sirianni.
I don't think he can survey the field as well.
Maybe.
When he's under center, and they may say he just can't do this. And that's a huge deficiency.
Maybe.
Huge.
All right, coming up next, we have the Kincade and Salciunas Key 3, the 3 best minutes for today's show, and then we'll get you set for the Mike Missanelli show that comes your way at 10 o'clock right here on 97.5 The Fanatic.
Mike Missanelli.
There won't be any dumbass hot takes here. Philly fans deserve
Fanatic at 97.5thefanatic.com.
It is 9:46 on Kincade and Salciunas here on 97.5 The Fanatic on what is a pretty chilly Wednesday morning, Johnny.
How chilly? I'm going out to play golf.
What is it now? It was 40. It was 41 when I got in my car this morning, dude.
God, I had like 38.
I got 48 right now on the old Apple.
Okay, that's fine.
On the old Apple. High 59.
Fine.
So it's
What
not
do you mean that's fine?
It's not fine for you there, Softy, but it's
What are
fine
you,
for
a
me.
Yeah, Mr. Softy on
I'm
him.
not in any way impressed. High 50s, send me out to the golf course.
I'm not Mr. Softy either. That's an ice cream guy. I don't do that cold. Get me out of
Look,
there.
man. Sometimes it's nice, but it's kind of cold in the morning. I'll be honest. At 4:30, it's not something I necessarily love.
Welcome.
All right, it is time now for the Kincade and Salciunas Key 3 best minutes from today's show, brought to us by Von C. Brewing.
Now, the Kincade and Salciunas Key 3. Today's best.
Are the Eagles that good football team that we talked about all off season? That team that we said would win 12 games and maybe play in the NFC Championship game? Are the Eagles that football team that we talked about ad nauseum? Or are they just not that good?
It's a fair conversation. And I was like, damn, it's a conversation I don't want to have. In all honesty, it's one you don't want to have.
Because it's only week 6. You don't want to have that conversation, but it's more the same week in, week out.
But it is. As more of it goes on, I look at it as a continuation that it spun off of last year. And to me, the longer that I think about this, and as I knew we were going to talk about this today, it points me to I'm pissed at the talent on the roster. I'm pissed that guys on the roster aren't playing up to their capability. More right now, more than I am what the coaches are doing to help them win.
Right, because if we
I'm
talk
putting
about...
this more on the talent. I'm putting this more on underachieving, big money talent.
Yeah.
I put it more on them than I do right now saying the coaches are every bit to blame, but it is a tandem. And I need to see guys start to step up and perform a little bit more.
I am not celebrating a 20-16 win over the Cleveland Browns. I did not celebrate a 15-12 win over the Saints. You guys were basically angry at me that day because I didn't celebrate being miserable for 3.5 quarters, and then just because they won, all of a sudden I'm going to change my
We
tune.
thought you buried the lead because, as Conor and I looked at it that day, we saw a young defense ball out.
They did. So I'm not going to celebrate these wins where they skate by. Like, I need this team to show me that they are that 12-win team that we talked about before the season started. I need to see that they are that team that we said could be playing in the NFC Championship game and could very well be hosting the NFC Championship game. I've not seen that through 5 weeks.
I think that if he's doing less of his clown show antics, he's actually understanding, wait a minute, if I call a timeout here, I can save 33 seconds before the 2-minute warning.
Yeah.
I think it's a better thing. I actually think Nick Serianni will grow from this incident.
I sure hope so. Now
I think he's on notice, and if his team is as talented as we think it is, they're going to bail him out.
So
They're going to bail him out.
does he grow as being a good head coach? Football.
Why not? Why not? They were in a Super Bowl. They were tied at the 2-minute warning with Patrick Mahomes.
Yes, they were.
He was the head coach. I have every reason to believe that they can get there.
From ESPN, the great Adam Schefter joins us. Shefty, good morning.
You don't do that. You just don't do that to the fans. I don't care what the fans say, how angry they are. I don't care how explicit they get. You know what you do? You say, hey, Big Dom, can you go over to Section 103 and tell those fans to shut the hell up?
Rob Thompson, by the way, extended.
I have no problem with this, by the way. You do not want a lame duck manager ever.
No, so he's extended through the 2026 season, and I know people were upset by that.
That's crazy.
I know people were upset by the entire coaching staff also
Well,
returning.
that is, yeah, I got an issue. Yeah.
You do, I don't, and you know how I feel about it. You know,
I
don't know how much of a difference a hitting coach makes.
Why wouldn't you want to find out? Why wouldn't you want to find out? This is where we'll start with this. You opened that door. Why would you just throw your hands in the air and go, you know what? This has been the reason 3 years in a row October ended. But you know what? Let's not try something different. Let's just roll it back and do the exact same thing we've been doing. I'm tired of the players skating, and I'm going to draw a line in the sand today. I am completely tired of the star talent on the Eagles getting a pass, including the quarterback and including many, many others that we need to play at a different level, and including big star names on the defensive side of the ball.
Oh, yeah.
That have not played up to capabilities well into last year. And I'm tired of this story just being the coaching.
Are we talking about a good football team? And by good, I don't mean, oh, well, they're a playoff team. No, I mean, like,
no, a good team.
The team that we talked about this offseason, the team that would win 12 games, the team that would be playing in the NFC Championship game. So if you are somebody that's about to go, told you so. No, you didn't, because
No, you
you
didn't.
thought the defense would be the reason why they're not playing good football. The defense has been the better side of the football so far this year for the Philadelphia Eagles.
And I was one of these people wearing the Kellen Moore underoos, for God's sakes, telling you all to wait for this 30-point-a-game offense, which has not materialized. And there's a lot of reasons. And by the way, I blame Nick, I blame Kellen, and I blame the star players for not getting more done.
It might be everybody. All right, that's the Kincade Salciunas Key 3. 3 best minutes from today's show, brought to us by Von C. Brewing Company in Norristown. You can check out their Key 3, the Uncle Jerry's Wit, which is a Belgian-style wheat beer, the Stony Creek East Coast IPA, which sounds tremendous. It's an American IPA with citrusy hop notes and a smooth, dry finish. And for our German fans out there,
Helles is wonderful. It's a Munich-style Helles brewed, all German ingredients. Much like just strolling the streets of Munich while you're in Norristown. Very similar.
visit VonCbrewing.com.
We spent many a weekend in Munich back in the day.
That's the
Me and Helga.
the key trois.
Yes, it is.
Right?
No,
trois?
trois would be French. I don't know.
I
German.
spy try.
Oh, yeah, sorry. I literally took French. I should have.
He took French and didn't know that?
Un, deux, trois, quatre.
We had fun in French
1, 2,
with
3,
Father
4.
Frank. And Miss McCarthy.
That's
Mademoiselle McCarthy.
Why don't we keep it to English? That's our strong suit.
Is it?
Dude,
is it
honestly,
though?
I don't know if that's true.
Is it?
Relatively.
Listen, man, I was bilingual as a child, so I don't know.
What happened?
My wife and daughter.
Stop talking Lithuanian on a consistent basis. What do you think?
My daughter's bilingual. My wife can handle herself with Spanish really well. I struggle with English. I struggle with that.
Real quick before you tell us about the ACR. Devontae Adams to the Jets. Amari Cooper to the Bills.
Cooper to the Bills makes a bigger impact.
Yeah. I think so.
Cooper to the Bills makes a bigger impact. They're a better team.
They're a better team, but
They're
I
a better
think
team, so I
Devontae
think-
Adams is a wildly better
I think
wide receiver.
Devontae Adams is better than
what's
Amari
impact
Cooper.
is that going to mean? Are the Jets now going to win that division?
I mean, they're 2 games back. They could.
Yeah, possibly.
No, but are they? If he's going to make the bigger impact, it has to mean that they win games.
Yeah, let's go with that. Rodgers Adams, I have faith in that.
I do not.
All right.
Rodgers has been toast for 2 or 3 years, and
He played pretty well, actually, the other day. Mike Williams, he literally threw Mike Williams on the bus. You guys see that?
Yeah, he's like, he ran the wrong route.
He's straight up said, yeah, Mike Williams ran the wrong route. Is Mike Williams on the team anymore? Did he get traded?
he's such a team guy. He's a terrible teammate.
All right, tell us about
Hey,
the ACR,
support
Johnny.
life-saving cancer research. Join us and our generous partner, Window Nation, and make a donation to the AACR, the American Association for Cancer Research. Do it at 975thefanatic.com/AACR because cancer research saves lives. Conor made some mistakes this morning. Andrew did too. I didn't. That's my Aaron Rodgers impression.
Yes, that was good. By the way, Mike Williams, they will try to trade.
Yeah, I don't think they're going to find a lot of takers.
Maybe that's why Aaron Rodgers decided to just throw him under the bus, say, hey, why not? All right, the Mike Missanelli Show is coming your way next. Everybody have a great, great rest of your day. We'll be back at it tomorrow.